Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Really excited to be live here on the day of the 2024 NBA Draft. And it's the first ever draft in NBA history that will span across 2 days. So we've got day one today, day two tomorrow. I'm excited to cover all of it and more as we go through the draft and then ultimately free agency as well. There's a lot of trade speculation, a lot of crazy stuff going on right now in the NBA world, and I am extremely excited for all of it. Let's get a little bit of a call here. Who's all in here right now? Nick is the first one in here. Shout out to Nick. Appreciate you. True Sports Live says, happy draft day, Sheldon. Let's get some hype for draft day. I am extremely excited. Brandon is as well, clearly. Brandon says draft day is like the NBA Finals for people who are fans of bad teams like myself. That is true. Nick saying, Edie going first overall. Probably not. Smoke, welcome to the stream, Smoke. He says, yo, lot of hype in here. Mason says, Risa Shea a lock at number one. He is the betting odds favorite right now. You guys saw my mock draft from a couple of days ago. I had Zachary Risa Shea going first overall. I spent so much time, a lot of effort and work went into that mock draft to the point where I'm not even going to make another one here live today. In fact, I'm just going to rehash that one, talk through it, because I really liked all of the decisions I made in that one as a mock draft, talking about what I think teams will do. I really like the direction that one went. BB Mute Man says, you have pizza ready yet? Sheldon, not yet. We haven't ordered the pizza quite yet. That's going to be something we have to take care of here live on the stream. Smoke, again, glad to have you in here. And it's funny, he says day one and two are on the same day for me. Yes, some of our European viewers have to deal with that for sure. Anthony here says, Utility Sports, if that's true, if it's true that the Miami Heat are trying to trade up into the top 10, who do you think they might be trading up for? If I had to guess, it would be Devin Carter. That would be the name I would probably most watch for the Miami Heat. Levi Hall says, let's go. Excited to have you in here, Levi. Tyler says, this is the best day of the year for NBA sickos. It is. A lot of hope, a lot of excitement from days like today, especially for fans of teams that are rebuilding or tanking or trying to figure out their long-term direction. It is a great day today for everyone in there. Smoke says, everyone join the Discord server. That is a great note. Thank you for sending that in there, Smoke. In the description, there is a link to the Discord. We got a lot of great people. A lot of the community in here already watching the stream is a part of that Discord server, so make sure you guys go join that. Link's in the description. It's a fun place to talk some hoops. Adam here says, I need a miracle trade for my Pistons this offseason. What do you think is best case? Any chance Grant and 14 for pick number 5? That would be interesting. To be honest, if you're Detroit, I would not do that if I was the Pistons. I would not move down 9 spots for Jeremy Grant. Even in a flatter draft, I would not make that trade. I think the Pistons will be better served maybe going after someone like Cam Johnson, a little bit of a foreshadowing to what might happen in Brooklyn. L. Blouses says, still digging the big board. Sheldon, thank you for that. If you guys haven't been able to check out my big board so far, one, I'll post it on Twitter. Links in the description for that. That way you can go back and look at it anytime you want. And secondly, we're going to cover it in this live stream, obviously, as well. So I'm going to talk about that quite a bit. Clack here says, hope so. I'm a Hawks fan. We don't want we don't want no one who doesn't want to be here. Yeah, Alex Sarr is ducking the Atlanta Hawks. Brandon says, Sheldon, any thoughts on Grimes possibly being included when Mavs dump THJ? What would the return likely be? To be honest with you guys, Quentin Grimes is not going to fetch you very much in the market. And I know people are going to say, oh, well, they're salary dumping Tim Hardaway Jr. It's an expiring contract. I don't think Dallas is going to be attaching a ton to that. If they do, I think that's a pretty significant mistake, honestly. Banjito says, hit that like button. You guys heard him. Make sure to smash the like button here. Zach says, Blazer Maniac here. Shout out to Zach. Appreciate you having you in here. Ryan, thanks, Ryan, for hopping in the stream. He says it's like a holiday for hoops nerds. It really is. I've been looking forward to today. All draft cycle long today is going to be such a fun day. Anthony says, I'm actually predicting that we're trading it for Nikola Topic if we go into the top 10. I think we trade back into the first round and draft a center as well. So that would address 2 Heat needs. Playmaking would be very beneficial, getting Topic, and then also getting one more body in your front court. Another center is something that the Heat have been kind of thin on in the last couple of years, in my opinion. Getting a backup big would be good for them too. But they do have pick 15. And I'm not sure with Topic's injury how that's going to impact him. I still have him going number 10 overall to the Utah Jazz in my most recent mock draft. So, and that's the one I'm sticking with. So Mason says, I saw Castle. I better betting odds to go number 1 than Sarr. That would be pretty incredible. I don't think there's any world that Stephon Castle goes number 1. Not saying he should or shouldn't with that statement. I'm just saying I just don't expect him to at all. And he just says Carter a stretch at 6. Then with the Hornets, I think Carter probably his range starts around 7 or 8. Honestly, but I can really see the Spurs taking him at pick number 8. I think one thing that's probably going to happen is the Spurs walk away from the draft with one of Stephon Castle or Devin Carter. I feel pretty confident in that. Daniel says, as a Rockets fan today, beyond stress, I think we should stick and pick Reed at 3. What do you think happens? So, first of all, I think that the Rockets should stick at pick 3 and draft Reed Sheppard. Now, obviously, we got Kevin Durant trade rumors. We got a lot of crazy stuff over the last 16 hours or so. If this draft cycle could have been normal, that would have been fantastic. But now we've got all this crazy news. We have the Mikal Bridges trade, which I'll talk about here in just a little bit as well. I think that they're going to stick and pick at number 3, though. I just would be shocked if a trade actually materializes. The one thing people keep talking about Marcus Smart trades, that would mean the Rockets have to send salary back out. So are you really trading pick 3 and like Dylan Brooks for Smart 9? That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So I just think ultimately staying at 3, taking Reed Sheppard is the most likely outcome. Dwayne here says AJ Dybonsa or Cooper Flagg. So Dybonsa, for those of you who do not know, thank you, Dwayne, by the way, for the $2 super chat. Really do appreciate that. It goes a long way in helping support the channel. So thank you a lot, Dwayne. Shout out to Dwayne. Let's get some W's in the chat for the first super chat of the day. But Dybonsa is in the 2026 NBA draft, at least presumably will be. And then Cooper Flagg is going to be the likely first overall pick in the 2025 draft. Dybonsa has a really good scoring skill set. I like his ability to put the ball on the deck, rise up and make jump shots off the move, off the dribble. That's something Cooper Flagg has been progressing in, though. Montbear put the ball in his hands a lot this past season. I've been really impressed with his overall defensive makeup, his offensive talent. I love Cooper Flagg. I think Cooper Flagg right now is the best prospect in all of basketball, including this 2024 draft class. If Cooper Flagg was in this class, he'd go first overall. So Flagg, to me, is the standout man among boys, if you so to speak, of the recruits right now and of the prospects going into next year's cycle. But Dwayne, thank you for the $2 super chat, and I think Cooper Flagg's the better prospect as of right now. Anthony says, Sheldon, who would be your shocking first round pick tonight? I'm saying Nikola Jurisic. Jurisic makes sense. I also think, I mean, should I say Bronny James? No, I'm just kidding. That's a good question. A shocking first-round pick. So there's a bunch of different guys that I like, obviously, that I could see warranting first-round selections. I think, like, Jamal Shead. Most people have talked about Jamal Shead being, like, in the mid-second round or so. I think Jamal Shead has a chance of going in the first round tonight like Marcus Sasser did a year ago. So we'll see what happens there. Robert says, heard the Chicago Bulls want Terrence Shannon Jr. and would trade down. What's your thoughts? I don't know if they're going to trade down. They have a couple of assets that they could obviously work with. I think sticking at 11 and taking an upside swing, and then also trying to get back into the draft maybe early round 2 or something to get Terrence Shannon Jr. I'm not sure exactly where he's going to go. I think with all of the off-court stuff that lingered around him this year, which is obviously mostly unfair, like, the fact that that situation played out the way that it did and affected his draft stock the way it did is not fair to him in any way. So I do feel bad for TSJ, but I also do think that his draft range is pretty volatile. I think there's a wide number of areas he could go in the draft. He could go anywhere in the 20s, but I wouldn't be shocked if he fell into the 40s either, just given the fact he's an older prospect, missed some time this year because of that off-the-court stuff, which, again, is not fair to him, and I don't want to judge him on that. I'm not at all myself. But, I think he has a pretty wide draft range, so we'll see what happens with him on either tonight or day 2. Joseph here says, the Rockets giving Nets picks back is just stupid. Well, here's the thing. The Nets wouldn't have traded Mikal Bridges if they didn't get their own picks back. So, ultimately, you can look at it as a 3-team trade. That's the way it really went down. Connor says, how's it going? I was wondering what you think about the possibility of Bobby Portis in OKC. I just don't know if that's really the fit for them. Would be terrible. Like, OKC's got such a good, strong infrastructure, and adding talent to that would never really be a terrible thing. But I think for Oklahoma City, it's probably about trying to find more like actual perimeter shooting from 3. Portis, obviously a talented scorer, can step out behind the 3-point line, but he really likes to do a lot of his work in the kind of mid-post face-up game. So Obviously, gets on the glass. That would be very helpful for them. It wouldn't be terrible, but I just don't know if that fits the way that Oklahoma City's looking to really build. Victor here said it'll be something like THJ plus 2 future seconds for Grimes. That's kind of what I had in mind. It's, people are going to think about that first-round pick in 2025 the Mavs have. I would just be shocked if they use that type of trade, though. Ben Taylor here says, hi, Sheldon. Do you think there will be many trades in this draft? I think there's going to be a good number of trades. In my final mock draft, I mocked 3 of them, which doesn't sound like a lot, but those are 3 trades that I was pretty confident we could see something similar to happening. The only reason I would mock trades in a mock draft is because I feel really, really good about the idea or the ideology behind those decisions. So something like this, when I mock 3 of them, that means there's probably more that I didn't foresee coming. So I do think there's going to be a good number of trades, especially given the fact that we have 2 days now in the draft, which means draft picks are going to be longer tonight. There's going to be more time in between picks for teams to work the phones, make calls, and make better decisions. And that's going to lead to some more trades. So, Ben, great question. Vinicius here says, Rockets fan here. I don't know what's going to happen, but I wouldn't mind Sheppard. Sheppard's going to be awesome. Sam here says, Bazelis to the Spurs at 4. Thoughts? I would not like that for San Antonio very much, to be honest. Lamerica says, what do you think of a trade based on DeJounte Murray and pick 1 for Ivy Duran and pick 5? Detroit would, that's just, I just don't think that's going to be on the table for either side, to be honest. Basketball guy says, want my Timberwolves to get Terrence Shannon, AJ Mitchell, or Baylor Shireman. They need a scoring guard off the bench. Baylor Shireman is the perfect fit for Minnesota. The absolute perfect fit. Smoke says, I don't know whether I should stay up for the draft. You got to stay up, Smoke. It's the draft. You got to stay up. General Long says, Kings need Khalil Ware. He would be really good for them. Zach says, praying for Bronny just to get more televised games. That's hilarious. Key King says, how's it going, Utility? Welcome to the stream, Kings. Glad to have you in here, my guy. He's a huge Sacramento Kings fan, as you guys can tell. So really, really appreciate him stopping in here. Van Lee says, hey, Sheldon. Dropping Dimes said Klay Thompson is gone. It's official, just not announced. Paul George will make Warriors old and slow. I mean, we'll see what happens. Dropping Dimes has had a lot of tweets. If you guys remember, that was the one account last year that went semi-viral for predicting the James Harden trade. Outside of that, he hasn't had a lot of other things right, though. So I'm going to be a little skeptical on that. Zay wants to know, where does Tobias Harris land? I think Detroit is a real possibility if he doesn't return to Philly, which probably isn't going to happen. Farzi says, even if Sarr doesn't want to go to the Hawks, if he's number 1 on their board, wouldn't they be stupid to not take him? I think Sarr is going 1 if the Hawks have him at the top of their board. They still can take him, but I think that they likely don't, to be honest. They could, right? They still could, and if that's their evaluation process, they like him, they could. I just don't expect that to actually happen. Mason says, AJ Johnson is minus 300 to be drafted in the first round. How do you feel about him if he goes in the first round? Not good. I don't know if AJ Johnson is going to be good in the NBA at all, to be honest. He's kind of slight. He's quick. I like his explosiveness and I like his burst, but I just don't know how he's going to finish around or through contact or traffic at all, which is going to be a really severe limiter on his ceiling in the NBA, in my opinion. 2 Clutch C says, I reckon Spurs trade their 2 seconds for Boston's 30th and take Jurisic if he hasn't been taken already. That is basically one of the exact mock trades I talked about, where they take 35 and 48 are the 2 second-round picks that they have, package them together to move up with Boston, who I've been saying for weeks now will trade out of pick number 30. Van Lee says, were you impressed or disappointed with your Mavs? Is Luka gone in 2026? He doesn't look exactly happy. Well, I was impressed. They made it to the NBA Finals, but I think a lot of that kind of fell on the shoulders of Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic. That's how good Luka is. The role players completely disappeared the last 2 rounds of the playoffs for the most part. If Luka wasn't lobbing them the ball in the Western Conference Finals, they probably weren't scoring. And then in the finals, they just all disappeared with the way Boston defended them. So, and I laid all that out before the finals on how I expected that to happen based on the matchups and how Boston was going to defend them. And they found success playing that way. Antonio here says, Blazers select Ron Holland number 7 and Zach Edey number 14. Could be an interesting combination of picks. Secular Monk says, what does Portland do? Do they keep 7 and 14 or package them in a trade to shed some salaries? They're not going to send those picks out to dump salaries, okay? They're going to use those picks to draft. And if they don't use those picks to draft, it means they're getting someone big. I have talked about Portland as a sneaky dark horse Brandon Ingram landing spot. Wouldn't be surprised by that if that ultimately does happen, but we'll see, and we'll have to monitor where they go. I ultimately think picking is the most likely outcome for them, though. Anthony here says, Sheldon, when it comes to point guard prospects in this year's draft, who's the best combination of a facilitator and a great scorer? And that is a good question. I'm glad you are asking the tough questions here. So, like, probably Dillingham, to me, just because I like Dillingham's ability to actually score. And I think he can play make off of that scoring gravity. But there's other guys like Topic is the best passer in the draft. So if you have a preference towards the playmaking, then Topic probably has more playmaking gravity, more playmaking feel. But Dillingham's got more scoring gravity, especially from behind the three-point line. And he's a little bit quicker, shiftier with his handle. So it really kind of comes down to your own personal evaluation on those two guys. For me, I've opted in benefit of Dillingham because of his scoring gravity and his three-point shot and his pull-up shot making. I think he can be an elite pick-and-roll ball handler because of his scoring profile. So for me, I would probably elect to say Rob Dillingham. You guys know I'm on the Reed Sheppard train, though. I have him number 2 on my big board because of his ability to dribble, pass, shoot. Is he a real point guard? He's more of a combo guard, does a little bit of everything. So I would probably opt to say Rob Dillingham for this example. Brian says, I am biased because Terrence Shannon Jr. is from Chicago and went to Illinois, but I think he's going to shock people with how good he is, despite being an older prospect coming in like Derek White, Reeves, and Bogdan, for example. So I think, it's an interesting thing. I think for me, Terrence Shannon Jr. was one of the hardest evaluations because, one, I've been evaluating him for 3 or 4 years, and he has gotten better every single year. But at the same time, with a player like him who is kind of a score first, he does make plays on both ends of the floor. I think he is. There's a real player there, and out of everyone on my board, he might be the player I'm the most wrong about, to be honest, because of where I have him currently ranked. And I do think there is upside for him to like really emerge past where I have him on my own personal board. The one thing I am concerned about, though, is like with him being primarily a scorer in college, how does his role kind of scale down? What kind of shots does he take? I think a comparison is kind of Jarrett Culver, what he used to be for Texas Tech. Funny enough, Terrence Shannon Jr. went to Texas Tech for a year. I just think there's like a little bit of difficulty sometimes for guys who are college scorers to translate their game in different ways to the NBA, where roles are more prevalent and kind of fitting like a puzzle piece is more important at times than just sheer talent. TSJ is talented, and that's a reason why I'm a little cautious about where I have him on my board, but we'll see what ultimately happens with him. Riz says, do you think most of the top point guard prospects are this year are just undersized shooting guards? No. Sheppard kind of is, but Dillingham's not. Castle's a big point guard. We'll see. I think that, like, honestly, I think this draft has been really underrated, honestly. Dwayne says, any WNBA content in the future, I'm interested. Thank you again, Dwayne, for the $2 super chat once again. Dwayne's coming in huge today so far to start off the stream. And I have considered doing some WNBA content, but to be completely transparent, I need to watch more WNBA basketball. One thing about my content here is everything I do, everything I record is based in me watching a ton. So for me, it would feel a little superficial to record WNBA content unless I'm watching multiple, I'm talking like a lot of games a week. And so far I haven't been able to commit that kind of time to it because of my job, because of my coverage of the Minnesota Timberwolves in real life, and also just for my work around the NBA draft and the NBA itself. So I've had trouble committing to doing WNBA content because I just don't want to throw out content just to put it out there. I want it to be good, really well thought out, and based in a lot of fact and reality of me watching a ton of games. That's why I feel comfortable recording and talking as much as I do about the NBA and these college prospects and overseas prospects, obviously, too, the draft prospects. But for the WNBA, I'm just not fully there. I know the players. I watch them. Don't get me wrong, but I don't watch them enough to be thoroughly confident at this point in time to record a ton of WNBA content. Maybe it's something I stretch to in the future. We'll see. Cap says, yo, clinging to the Blazers. I think the Blazers are the absolute floor for Klingon. I don't think he will make it past pick 7 tonight. I think that's the lowest he possibly goes. He probably goes before that. I think pick 5 or 6 is a real possibility for a trade spot if a team wants to move up to get Klingon. But pick 7 is the absolute floor to Portland if I had to guess. Brennan says, at work for this year's stream, but I made it. Brennan, shout out to you. Glad to have you in here. Fox said he wanted to wait to sign an extension until he saw the roster. who do we get to round out our starting five? It can be Barnes for most of the year. Kyle Kuzma has been the name I constantly come back to. Brandon Ingram would be a solid addition to Sacramento for sure. Otherwise, like, those are really the two names that I'm most focused on, honestly, is Kuzma and Ingram. But I think Kuzma's the most likely. Travis here with the 5. Thank you, Travis. He says, do you think the Detroit Pistons can get Zachary Reese-Shea or a good three-point shooter? So I don't think they'll get Reese-Shea. I think his absolute floor tonight is pick number 4 to the Spurs. I don't think he would make it past them at that spot of the draft. So they probably don't get Reese-Shea, but I do think they could walk away with some shooting. The issue is, even if they're in position to do so, will they actually do it? We'll see. Trajan Langdon hasn't been someone in the past who has like exclusively or explicitly targeted shooting. He did last year with the Pelicans drafting Jordan Hawkins as kind of the second in command there. So we'll see. It's not off the table, but I do have questions about which way they're going to go. And the fact that it's new management, new regime there. We just don't really know what Detroit's going to do yet, and it's hard to base my analysis on anything because they literally just got the job. Like last year, it surprised me when the Wizards selected Bilal Coulibaly, but it was also Michael Winger and Will Dawkins' first selection together. So I take that information, I learn from it, and it's going to help me base my analysis going forward and my predictions going forward on who they would look at, who they would take, who they're going to evaluate closely. So I have a lot of learning to do on this new look Pistons front office. And I'm excited to do so. I'm very excited for that. Ben Taylor says, I think despite the low opinion on this year's prospects, there'll still at least be 2 All-Stars from this draft and several good NBA lifers. I think there's going to be a lot of NBA lifers, so I agree with you there. Luca Magic says, hey, Sheldon, fellow Mavs fan here. What do you think of Jeremy Grant to the Mavs? I can see us give up Tim Hardaway Jr., Maxey, Max Prosper, 2025 first, and maybe a second. I do not want Jeremy Grant on our roster. If you look at the stats, you look at the raw numbers, you're going to be impressed. You look at the fact that he went to Detroit, signed a big contract in Detroit. They were the worst team in the league. He went to Portland to help keep Dame interested in playing there. 12 months later, he requested a trade. And it's not all Jeremy Grant's fault, don't get me wrong. Those rosters were not good around him. They did not have enough talent to win or sufficiently be great. But I don't think his impact on winning is very big. Okay, he's got a lot of flaws for his game. He's a power forward who doesn't rebound the ball very well. I don't know. I'm just kind of out on Jeremy Grant, unfortunately, and I just think giving up a young player in Max Prosper, a 2025 first, and maybe even a second rounder, and there's just too much to give up for a guy on a very big contract who doesn't, in my opinion, move the needle enough to warrant that kind of package. Beast Boy says, you don't believe that Juan Nunez is a better passer than Topic? Nunez is really good, but the difference between these two guys, and this is where evaluating passing is still kind of reliant on scoring gravity. A lot of Nunez's passing capability, a very, very good passer, right? I'm not trying to discredit Juan Nunez out of Ratio Farm Home. Very, very good passer. Can read both sides of the floor extremely well. Weak side, strong side. Does a lot of nice things as a passer with good positional size. Can pass it over the top of a defense. The difference between him and Topic is Topic has more downhill juice, which generates more driving kick looks. I think he would be a better ball handler in Spain action, better ball handler in Horns action because of the ability to work backward in plays as well, because he gets downhill and he's able to read behind him based on where the defense is aligned, and he's going to be able to make pick and pop threats work really well. So I do think Topic is going to be a better passer in the NBA than Juan Nunez. And that's not disrespect to Nunez. He's a really good passer, but I'm just very, very high on Topic. Is a great question, Beast Boy. I says, how does it feel to have so much aura? That's a great question. You're going to have to ask someone with a little bit more aura than me. I'm like sitting in the middle level of aura. I don't think I've got that much aura, so I'm working on it. Unlimited says, what's up, Sheldon? Appreciate having you in here. Unlimited's a big-time Washington Wizards fan. He's in the Discord. Really appreciate him stopping in for the stream today. 330 awesome people. You guys better be hitting that like button. Make sure to do so down below. I am extremely excited for NBA Draft Day. I hope you guys are as well. The NBA Draft Day is here, boys, and it is a lot of fun. Nothing better than this. Unlimited says, do you think the Knicks could trade up or out of those picks for a big, maybe getting Khalil Ware from Miami's pick? I think the Knicks, if the Knicks are really smart, which I think they are, I think the Knicks are geniuses. I think if the Knicks are smart, they're going to try and trade both of those first-round picks out to future years. And what they should really try to do is trade them to far-out picks like 2029, 2031. And even if you're taking a little bit of a loss on value, Re-supplementing those picks into your collection of assets reopens a lot of your trade flexibility after yesterday's trade with the Brooklyn Nets, where they sent out 5 first-round picks. Their trade flexibility is now hampered, but if they trade both of their picks tonight to, say, one of them to 2029 and one of them to 2031, it reopens their entire catalog of assets for the most part the final few years of their trade eligibility. So I think the best thing for New York to do would be trade out, accumulate future assets, because they just don't have playtime to go around right now anyway. Bentley says, did you see the 7'4"? I have not seen that, no. Mr. Ray says, I see a scaled down version of KCP. Hopefully the decision-making shooting improves as the higher end upside for Terrence Shannon Jr. That's an interesting comp. It is. I don't know. Maybe next time I turn on his film, I'll have to just watch for through that lens a little bit more. And that's the one thing too. That's something you have to be really careful of when you're going through the evaluation process of are you trying to envision somebody? And if you're not, then obviously you're just sitting there evaluating skills. But when you do watch someone through the eyes and through the lens of, can this guy fill this type of player's shoes, it gives you kind of different insight on players sometimes. So I'll have to maybe next time I get back to the film on him, whether that be just watching Summer League games or if I do go back to some of his Illinois tape, then maybe I'll watch with that lens on. JJ here says, if I'm the Knicks, I'm passing on Bronny. We don't need that drama here. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be in New York. I'd be shocked. Melvin says, what about the Bulls? I think Chicago is in a really good spot. Let's take a look at my most recent mock draft. I'm actually going to tweet it out here in just a minute. Let me I'm going to work on that here a little bit. I should have had this a little bit more ready for today. I'm kind of running behind because I went and got my hair cut today, so today's kind of a little bit of a scramble for me here at the end. But we'll talk about the Bulls here in just a little bit, Melvin. Make sure you stay tuned for that. A says, what do you think the trade package of Houston will be to get Kevin Durant? I hope they don't trade for Kevin Durant. I know that might sound crazy. Some people are going to say, wait, what? You don't want Kevin Durant in Houston? I think Kevin Durant, with how old he is, he had a really bad playoff series, in my opinion, against the Timberwolves. Now, I know you're going to look at the stats and say, well, he shot really efficiently. He put up big point numbers. How was it a bad series? None of those games were competitive. And if you look a lot of the time, he was in the low man spot on the weak side, and he never rotated to the ball. He was lazy on defense that entire series. I'm going to be completely honest. I'll call it a buck. He was not competitive in that series against the Minnesota Timberwolves on the defensive end of the floor. So I think Houston should not sacrifice their current iteration of their roster for Kevin Durant. Devin Booker's a different story. Volcano says, where do you think Donovan Clingan goes tonight? Not in the top 3. That's one thing I definitely don't think is going to happen. I think Atlanta's going to go with Zachary Sachet. I think second overall, the Wizards will take Alex Sarr. Third overall will be the Houston Rockets, and I don't think they'll take Clingan. I think that they will take Reed Sheppard. So that's where I'm at. I think if a team does trade up, it will be the Memphis Grizzlies, and it will be for Donovan Clingan. So we'll see. Levi says, should the Thunder try to capitalize on their future draft picks and try to trade up into the top 5 or make a big splash for a star this offseason with future draft picks? I would love for them to just go get Lauri Markkanen. The more I've thought about this, the more I think Lauri Markkanen could just push them to real title contention. They're already kind of in title contention. I'm talking wow, they might be a favorite because of the shooting gravity he has, the size, the rim protection element he could add from a power forward spot. You think about all of the power forwards in the Western Conference, Aaron Gordon. You think about, for the just across the board, Anthony Davis, kind of a center, kind of a power forward, right? Lauri Markkanen might be one of the most valuable, just from his play style, his ability to stretch the floor, shoot consistently, attack closeouts, drive the ball. He makes the right play a lot as a passer, and then defensively, he's respectable. So it's just really hard to replace a guy like that. And if OKC could get him, they should. Dwayne here, thank you for the 2, says, please support Sheldon. He works hard on the videos. Really appreciate that. Again, Dwayne, shout out to you. Cadillac says, thanks for everything leading up to this draft. I love your breakdowns, and the way you do the big board is perfect. That's something I want to touch on right now. Cadillac, thank you so much for the 10. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Thanks so much for the 10. I really appreciate that a ton. Now let's get this up on the stream. I want to talk about my big board here because I love the way I do my big board as well. I think my big board's a lot of fun, and I think it's very unique. All right, it doesn't even want to capture my screen. Let's see if I can I don't know why it's doing that. We'll figure that out here in just a second. We'll get to my big board here in a little bit. I'm going to have to figure out my settings here because it's not liking it. Shout out to Alan Chase, a member here on the channel. He says if Portland wants to move up, do you think it would make sense for the Spurs to trade number 4 for number 7 and 14 from Portland? No, I think, well, it depends on who San Antonio is trying to take at 4. Like, I think staying at 4 is probably better for San Antonio. I just don't know how many roster spots that they're really going to be able to afford to young players. So for me, I would rather just stay toward the top of the draft and pick rather than moving down a few spots. Even in a flatter draft, I know that there's definitely some benefit of moving down. But I think staying at 4 and then having pick 8 as well to work with after that is just fine for them. I don't think that they should move down. Exquisite Fire says, I would love to see the Spurs bring back Twin Towers, Donovan Clingan at 4 and Rob Dillingham at 8. I really want to see Rob Dillingham at 8. I really want to see that. I think that would be a fantastic fit. Joe says, sorry, just woke up. It's draft day. Shout out to Joe for being in here. Shout out to all of you guys for being in here. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Harif says, is Paul George to the Warriors real in your opinion? What kind of value can the Clippers get for Paul George? I think Paul George is going to stay with the Clippers, to be honest. I think they're going to sign him. So we'll see. Can we get a happy birthday to Duop Reith? I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm not just giving those away here. Jay Bay says I'm gonna tell my kids this was Luka Doncic. That's been like, I get that comp all the time. I don't know, like, maybe I just need to spend more time in the gym until you guys stop comparing me to Luka Doncic. I'm a little worried about my face shape here. Just kind of playing. Maurice Drake says being sub to Sheldon Utility Sports is like having an inside league source for your team. And also is very accurate, been sub for years now. Maurice, I know you've been sticking around here for a while. I appreciate all of your comments that you always leave, and I appreciate you taking your time to watch the videos as well. I put a lot of work into this, guys. So Maurice, thank you for the 5. Really do appreciate you and appreciate the kind words as well. Thank you to everyone that is in here. Key Kings 8 says, how was the experience like being in the Wolves versus Mavs series? That was phenomenal. So for those of you who do not know, maybe you're new to the channel, I actually covered the Minnesota Timberwolves live in person this year as a beat reporter. It was a really great experience for me, but I'm also a Dallas Mavericks fan. So I was at the playoff games. I got to see Luka Doncic's game winner over Rudy Gobert in person. A tremendous experience. It was a lot of fun. It was incredibly fun to be there. So Key Kings, thanks for the question. It was unbelievably fun. Cadillac says AJ Mitchell in top 15 prospects is a big aura boost. It is. That's probably where half my aura is coming from, to be honest. Peter Antonio says talk about picks 24 and 25 that the Knicks have after the Bridges trade to create the Nova Knicks. So, Peter, this is a good question. I think I referenced it a little bit earlier. I think the Knicks should trade out of 24 and 25. Now, they could add young talent. That could be a valuable route for them, too. If they hit on these picks, it could be really, really useful down the road. But it also would make sense for them to trade out of the picks, even if it's to far out future years, to kind of reopen some of their trade flexibility. And as their picks regenerate over time, they would have those 2 extra picks that they traded out for in future years to trade and maybe line up for another move as well. So the Knicks have been really good about preserving their trade flexibility. They've done a fantastic job. And I think one thing I want to point to, the Mavericks have made so many different trades and I've been critical of them. Part of the reason for that is the Mavericks have constantly traded for guys worse than Mikal Bridges. The Knicks lined up, traded, I think what most people would say is an overpay in terms of draft pick compensation, 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. And guess what? After that, both teams have 2 tradable firsts left remaining. The Knicks have 2 tradable firsts. The Mavs have 2 tradable firsts. So with that in mind, that's what New York has positioned themselves to do, which is why I was not as, upset about it. In fact, I really like the trade for the Knicks. We'll talk about that here in just a couple of minutes. Matthew Edward wants to know my thoughts on Khalil Ware. I like his game. Really, really unique athletic traits. I think he can really jump out of the gym, be a dynamic lob threat, and the three-point shot has taken big steps forward from where it was a year ago to this past season for Indiana. If he continues to grow and blossom as a shooter, he could be a really special pickup for a team in the late lottery or maybe even outside of the lottery tonight. Ashley says, my gut is telling me Edey is going to Portland. Wouldn't be the most shocking thing. Obviously, Jonathan Givony is probably the highest on Zach Edey out of everyone in the entire draft community. I have some reservations about him from a scheme defensive versatility standpoint, because if you have him, you're probably just going to only be limited to deep drop coverage, which can work, and that's not necessarily a terrible thing, but it does have some shortcomings as well. So, and the fact that Givony, who is an ESPN guy, worked with Mike Schmitz for a while. Those two have a very good relationship, I know. It wouldn't surprise me or shock me if Gavoni has been talking so highly of Edey with the anticipation that maybe his good old buddy from ESPN has his eyes set on him at, say, pick number 14. Would be an interesting possible situation here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Ben Taylor says, do you think Reed Sheppard will start with Amen Thompson in the backcourt for the Rockets in the future? Maybe not, but that's not because Reed Sheppard's not good, and it's not because Amen Thompson's not good. It's because the Rockets have a lot of good players. Jalen Green's probably a starter for a long time. Cam Whitmore's going to be a starter for a long time. I think Reed Sheppard and Amen Thompson are both going to be high-quality starting caliber players too. So it just kind of comes down to how Ime Udoka wants to shuffle the lineup. They have a lot of talent. They have a lot of players who can work together, play together, and fit together. Houston's looking really, really bright for the future. Jamie Mixes says, I'm so excited for my Wizards tonight. 2 picks tonight for them at picks number 2 and 26. And I think grabbing someone like Sarr at number 2, which is the almost foregone conclusion at this point in time, is just a tremendous starting point for them in this year's draft. With Bilal Coulibaly last year, the flexibility they have, the defensive versatility they're going to have, with a unique 7'1" center who can range, defend on the perimeter, protect the rim as a weak side guy, with some real anchor upside, would be really, really tremendous. Obviously, the offensive game is a big question for Sarr, but I think there's a lot to be hopeful about going forward with him. And then Coulibaly, who's just an elite defensive playmaker as a rookie, there's just a lot to be excited about for the Wizards. So, JB, I'm glad you're getting to enjoy some Wizards basketball. Craig here, thank you for the 5. Craig, he says, looking forward to the stream and draft. Your analysis has created the most informed community on YouTube by far. Thank you, and go Spurs, go IA. I really appreciate that. And one of the biggest things for me, and I think this is something that really separates me from some of the other YouTubers. I don't want to toot my horn too much, but you guys have been really awesome with leaving some nice comments, and I just wanted to address them really quickly. I think the biggest thing is when you look at drafting, you look at evaluation, prospect analysis through the lens of coaching, which I have experience doing. That's really, really valuable. When you look at a prospect and say, what can he functionally do for a coach? If you have him on the floor, can you use him as a movement shooter? Can you use him as a pick and roll ball handler? Can you use him as a low man on defense? Can you use him as a weak side rim protector? Can you use him at the level of the screen as a big man? There's so many different ways to analyze players, and obviously that's where fit matters. That's where what coach he lands with really matters in the NBA. But if you find players who have a lot of versatility, can fit into a bevy of different molds, and can fit around a bevy of different players, that's just flat out, those are good players. And someone like Baylor Shireman in this draft, I think, is an example of that, where he's just really good at basketball, because I trust he's going to fit with almost anybody because of the skill set he has offensively, the competitiveness he has defensively, and his just size, productivity as a rebounder, everything he does. This wasn't supposed to be a Baylor Shireman little mini rant, but I love Baylor Shireman. I do. I really do. So Brandon here says, a lot of local media and beat writers are heavily hinting Detroit will go after Claxton. I wouldn't get rid of Duren, but it looks like they might. What value does he likely have if they do move him? If they move him, I'm going to be very disappointed. I think Jalen Duren for me, a couple of drafts ago, I had him number 5 on my board, which I believe was the highest out of anyone in the entire draft community. I have not yet found anyone who had him higher than number 5 or even at number 5 at that given time. I think Jalen Duren has a lot of potential, a lot of talent to grow into and to blossom into. He's still extremely young. Monty Williams did him a real disservice with their defensive scheme this year. I think Jalen Duren, if Detroit gets rid of him, even though I love Nick Claxton, Nick Claxton's a fantastic player. If they get rid of Jalen Duren, I will be very, very disappointed in Detroit, to be completely honest. Captain Obvious wants to know my thoughts on Jalen Bridges. Intriguing 3-and-D player. We'll see if he has enough juice to be that guy in the NBA. Being a 3-and-D player in college versus a 3-and-D player in the NBA is a quite vastly different question. It's a way tougher task. But Bridges has a lot of the traits that could slot him into that type of role, so we'll see. Alfred here says, Reed Sheppard or we ride. He's a huge Houston Rockets fan. Alfred, thank you for your continued support of the channel. 2Clutch C says, Devin Carter at 8 for Spurs. I hope and pray. Devin Carter's a really good prospect. I'm excited for him. Ari says, let's get it, Buzz City. We got some Hornets fans in here. That's great to see. Ari's welcome to the stream. Logan Gray says, Utility Sports, can you fix the Pistons? I can. To be honest, I would have a better chance fixing the Pistons as a coach than I would even as a GM, because I really like a lot of the pieces they already have. I think Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey can be a perfect pairing in the backcourt if you have a creative coach who can figure out ways to implement both of them, putting the ball in their hands both equally, frequently, and and giving them the shooting spacing and the infrastructure offensively to both maximize their success. I think especially Jaden Ivey, if you gave him a ghost screener, he could really take the league by storm. So we'll see what happens with the Pistons, but I think Jaden Ivey, Jalen Duren, and Cade Cunningham are such a tremendous trio. There's not a lot that has to be done. And I think, everyone a year ago, think about how everyone was panicking about the Rockets, and then they pay Van Vliet, they pay Dylan Brooks. Everyone freaked out about them even more than saying, oh my gosh, big contracts to guys who, everyone questioned the Dylan Brooks contract. And I thought it was pretty good. It's a tradable contract to a player who's going to really help you defensively. A year later, Dylan Brooks is in a lot of trade rumors because it's a movable contract, and the Rockets were way better. And I think the Pistons, if they hit on this offseason, similar to how Houston did last year, they might not win 40 games like Houston did, but they might win 30, 35 games, and that is a significant step in the right direction for them. I'm very, very hopeful for the Pistons' direction, and I think Cade Cunningham has the makings of an all-star, and I think Jaden Ivey does as well, to be honest. I think Jalen Duren might even. So they've got three guys who I have potential all-star potential in, that I see potential all-star value. They just have to find ways to maximize those guys and get those guys to all work together beneficially. Notorious here says, in my opinion, Cody Williams and Keyshawn George are very similar thoughts. I think Cody Williams is way, way, way better than Keyshawn George. So, Notorious, thank you for the 5. One thing about Cody Williams, he can really drive the basketball. He's, I think, really capable of defending across multiple positions. Keyshawn George has a lot of those traits. I think the biggest difference from them, in my opinion, is I think Cody Williams is more NBA ready. I think I trust his handle more. I trust his downhill creation more. Keyshawn George maybe could blossom into a really good player, and they have, again, similar frame, similar length and size. It just really comes down to me trusting Cody Williams' skill set. I think he's just a little bit further along right now in his development. Cameron Cox says, looking fly with the haircut. Appreciate you, my man. I had to go get my haircut. Got to get right for NBA draft day. I didn't want to be caught lacking, you know what I mean? So I went out and took care of business today. Peter Antonio says, where's Ben Simmons after the Nets blow up? We'll see. I think that's one of the big questions. I'm very interested to see where Ben Simmons goes, because I think with the right infrastructure, and if he's healthy, the biggest question is, can he actually play? If he can be serviceable to a team. He can be very, very helpful. Kuika wants to know how many more hours until the NBA draft. Let me look that up just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure it is less than 4 hours away. 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we are less than 4 hours away, which I'm very, very excited. True Sports Live says, just that we could trade Jordan Clarkson to the Lakers. They have a lot of interest in him. That would be a reunion. Clarkson back to LA would be interesting, but I'm not sure if I see anything like that actually happening. The hard thing right now, too, is there's so many rumors that it's hard to say which ones are realistic or not. Unlimited says, with the Mikal trade and Hartenstein most likely leaving, what teams do you think should go for Hartenstein, and how much per year? $20 million a year is probably what he's going to get. If I had to guess, I think the value on him is if you can get him at $15 million a year, that would be a tremendous contract. $20 million a year is respectable. I wouldn't have a real problem with that. As for teams that could go out and get him, let me pull up the cap tables quick. Let me pull up my cap space tracker, because that is the most important thing. Because you're probably looking at teams that have cap space to land him. So Detroit's in that mix, but I don't think that they're really going to be the team. Philly's not going to go after a center. Orlando could be really good. They're already so versatile defensively. He could be awesome there. I know OKC's been tied to him. I just don't really see that, though. And then otherwise, you're looking at sign and trades. Could a team, could someone like New Orleans get involved? Maybe. Or could someone, and then there's reasons that this would work. And then maybe you could even do a 3-team trade where Utah jumps in as a third team to help a deal out. That's kind of the most likely outcome here. Mock, thank you for the 5. He says, why is Dillingham dropping so much? Clutch strategy. I want him with the Spurs, but I think our GM plays it safe and just drafts some lockdown defenders. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think San Antonio is going to dictate a lot of this draft because they have a ton of versatility this year. They can, for a couple of, first they could go defense, they could go offense, they could go point guard, they could go wing, they could go big wing, they could go small guard, they could go any different direction, right? And they have 2 picks in the top 10. So their decision making tonight will really impact the rest of the draft, because at pick number 8, if they reach on someone we don't expect, or if they don't take Rob Dillingham, then it's like, where does he go? He probably doesn't go at pick 9 to Memphis. Well, maybe he does. But then at 10, it's like, will Utah take him? It's just kind of hard to find like that stopping point for Dillingham if it's not the Spurs. So we'll see what happens. Anthony here says, Sheldon, do you agree with most of the guys who cover the draft when it comes to the comparison for Topic in terms of his playing style? They say he's just a bigger version of Goran Dragic. I don't know. That's kind of hard. Brian, thank you. Gifted 1 Utility Sports membership. Appreciate that. Really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much, Brian, for that. And glad to have you be a part of what we do here. Let's keep rolling on with some of these questions, though. Thanks again, Brian, for that. A says, I agree with you. I hate to have KD. If this was 5 years ago, then yes, I think Sheppard can be their Drew type of player. Sheppard's very different than Drew, but I understand kind of the mindset you're going for. For me, Topic, I think, is a comp for him. Like the bigger Dragic makes sense, but I also think like a non-shooting Luka, which significantly has less value, obviously. Which, like, he's not Luka Doncic. I don't want to get misquoted here. He's not Luka at all. He's not even close to Luka. But from the passing feel standpoint and similar size, that's kind of the comp that, like, comps are never going to be perfect. You're never going to find a player who plays the exact same way as someone else. So, like, you just have to use your imagination and be, like, understanding of what I'm trying to say with that. Homage here says, Davion Mitchell worth a first-round pick. Probably, but he's not going to get traded for that. Like, I think Davion Mitchell, a team that would be fantastic for Davion Mitchell is the Milwaukee Bucks. That would be tremendous. Dustin says, what's up, bro? Glad to have you in here, Dustin. Really appreciate you guys. Draft is coming up in less than 3 hours. Yes, draft is at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Van Lee says, Sheldon, you definitely look like Luka. The Mike says Sheldon may look like Luka, but he doesn't complain to the refs. I don't complain to the refs. I don't have enough pull or charisma to complain to the refs like Luka does. He can sit there and whine about him all game because he's Luka Doncic. I don't have, when you're Sheldon, you don't get that kind of pull, unfortunately. So I'm not making that. Captain Obvious says, Sheldon, who would you pick at 13 for the Kings if you were the GM? So it really just depends on who's off the board, right? Like, I think Devin Carter would be in play. Dalton Connect would make some sense as a shooter. Baylor Shireman, they won't take Baylor Shireman. They won't, but I wouldn't hesitate to do that. So there's a couple of different guys that I like quite a bit. So we shall see. But I'm gonna tweet out my my board here now. I want to send this. Let me see if I don't even know what I'm doing here, man. I'm trying to figure it out as we go. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, so far. 400 of you, awesome people watching. Make sure to leave a like on the stream if you are enjoying. I am tweeting out my big board right now. If you guys don't follow on Twitter, link is in the description. Go follow right now. Top of bar is my perceived ceiling. Perceived floor. Let's see if I'm able to pull it up this way, because that would be very nice. Okay, I think I am. Okay, here we go. Let's go to my profile. So make sure you guys go follow on Twitter. And here is my official big board. So let's get to it now. If you guys haven't seen this, it might look a little confusing, but it's pretty self-explanatory once you really start to look at it. So my number one player in the draft is Alex Sarr. I do just like Alex Sarr more than anybody else in this draft. Just very narrowly, it was him or Reed Sheppard were really the two in consideration for the number one pick. So. Or for the number one spot for me, that is. So, my 2024 NBA Draft Big Board. Shout out to everyone in here watching. Thank you as well for being patient with certain things as I'm trying to, maneuver the stream and make everything work and look right. So, very excited about it. But here is my board. Let's go back over to Twitter so I can zoom in on it. Now, if I can even find where my link is. I don't even know which one. What is going on here? Oh, here we go. All right, so Alex Sarr, top player on the board for me. I feel like he has realistic all-star potential that he can reach. More than likely, he's going to at least be a high-quality starter, and I don't really see any way that he's not at least a starting caliber player in the NBA. I feel very, very confident in that. Reed Sheppard has like a very high likelihood that he's just a high-quality starting player. His ability to fit around other talent, dribble, pass, shoot. He's got quick hands defensively. Now, he does need to continue to work on his point of attack balance. He's very small, slight. Those are going to be things that get picked on and hunted a little bit. He needs to improve as a defender, but there are traits about him defensively that I do like to begin with. Dillingham has a little bit more variability because of his play style, a little bit more ball needy, a little bit more ball dominant than Sheppard, but also projects to be someone who can still fit without the ball quite a bit. And I think his handle, a little bit more creative, a little bit more downhill dynamism, a little bit more electricity in his game. I think he has a little bit of a higher ceiling than Sheppard, but obviously a more notable floor as well. Cody Williams, I gave as the highest ceiling in the draft. The reason for that, for me especially, with near all-NBA potential, he's a 6'8" wing who can dribble, can attack downhill, can beat closeouts, get to the rim, a lot of rim pressure during his time at Colorado. Very, very impressive prospect from a downhill perspective. He made a ton of his open catch and shoot threes this past year as well, ranked in the 90th plus percentile as an open catch and shoot guy this past season. So with his overall collection of athletic traits, physical size, length, athleticism, defensive upside, I do think that there is a chance Cody Williams becomes the best player in this draft. Now, I ultimately didn't bet on him being that with him not being at number one, but I feel very, very confident with him in the top 4 on my big board. I think a lot of people have him kind of in this like 7 to 10, 7 to 12 range probably. I'm very confident in Cody Williams. I think he's going to be a very good player, and I think he's going to be very, very positive for sure. Kuika wants to know, when is the draft? The draft is in 3.5 hours roughly. So for Montas, I think he is going to be probably a second-round pick or a high-priority undrafted free agent, which, if he's an undrafted free agent, is going to be a great pickup for whoever ultimately does land him. Mason says, I'm hoping the Celtics can land A.J. Mitchell and Enrique Freeman. If you guys want to see where I have A.J. Mitchell on my board, it is 13th, and I think there's a decent chance he becomes a high-quality starter in the NBA, but for the most part, I see him just as a starting caliber point guard, or like a 6-man operating a backup unit. I think he's just going to be really good. I think probably the most undervalued player in this entire draft to me, there's 2 of them. It's Baylor Shireman and A.J. Mitchell, especially A.J. Mitchell, because I think most people are kind of really sleeping on him as a talent. Alex says, as a Mavericks fan, would you rather see your team trade for more high-value role players, Bruce Brown, or add a 3rd star? If they find a way to add a 3rd star, that's what they should try to do. But I'm just not sure if they're going to be capable of doing that with the assets that they have, unfortunately. Some of these comments are crazy. J.P. Sears went back to Alabama. J.P. Sears is not in the draft, Mamba. Pistons trade back, draft Zach Edey. That would be not great, in my opinion, just given the fact that they already have Duren. Ace here says, pumped for the draft. Lots of talent mid-first round. Do you prefer Bub or Jacoby? On my board, I do have Bub Carrington higher than Jacoby Walter for a couple of reasons. I do like his mid-range pull-up game, especially. I think if anything breathes life into him becoming like a high-quality starter or just a really good point guard in general, it really does hinge mostly on the fact that he's going to be able to win one-on-one with his handle and an emerging pull-up jump shot that I think if he stretches his range to the three-point line, he's going to become really, really dynamic. Yeah, you're a Magic fan. I love the Andrew Nicholson image. I've not thought about Andrew Nicholson for a long time. Matthew says, wow, such good insight. Super impressed with your analysis and discussion. Cheers. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that. Alfie says, do you think Jacoby Walter will be picked in the lottery? I think there's a small chance of that. I think he's probably a lock to go in the top 20. I think my last mock, I mocked him at pick number 18. I'll have to go back and check where I had him. But, yeah, I do think it's very, very possible that he goes in the top 20 tonight because people are going to value his shooting, and he's got good length as well. I think Shed is going to be a possible first round pick, or honestly, I think Shed is going to be a top 35 pick tonight. If I had to, or not tonight, well, this draft, right? It's, round 2. I'm still trying to remember that myself. Round 2 goes into tomorrow. So, Addy says that Orlando at 18. Do you think they keep it to draft a point guard or a center, or do you think the Magic could make a trade tonight? I would love for them. What I would really love for them to do is to trade for DeJounte Murray. He's on a solid contract for the next 4 years. He's affordable. He's probably attainable given Atlanta's current situation. I think they should go get. I really think they should go get DeJounte Murray. I think that'd be tremendous. Alfie said, where do you see Tyler Smith going? I think Tyler Smith is a very possible first-round pick tonight, or a high second-round pick tomorrow night. I think a team like Oklahoma City, who's always extremely active on draft night, Sam Presti always makes a trade or two on draft nights. I could see him moving back in to the first round to get him, maybe with one of those Knicks picks where I talked about New York trading out. I could see OKC moving into that spot to land someone like Tyler Smith in the mid-20s. Connor says, who do you think lands Dorian Finney-Smith, and who do you think lands Cam Johnson? I think Cam Johnson to Detroit is a real possibility. I also think a few different, I think Utah for Cam Johnson would make some real sense too. In addition to those spots, like Philly could be involved for both of these guys. I think Oklahoma City would make a ton of sense for Dorian. Not as much sense for Cam Johnson probably, but Dorian for a little bit more length and size defensively could make some real sense. And San Antonio would be also a tremendous spot for either of these two guys. So looking at cap space teams, that's probably one of the best options for them. Mel says, thoughts on the Nets rebuild? They made a big trade. And it's one that I'm still questioning what their long-term outlook's going to be, because they owe their 2027 first still to Houston, and they don't really have that much talent on their roster. So there's going to be kind of a tough, difficult process here. But it really comes down to lottery luck. If they get the first overall or second overall pick next year, walking out with Cooper Flagg or Ace Bailey, they're going to be pretty happy. So it just kind of depends on how the lottery balls treat them over the next 4 or 5 years or so. Dumb says, do you think the Kings keep number 13 when it's all said and done? I think that they should. I have really no clue whether they actually do or not. I would love to say that I definitively know. To be honest with you, your guess right now for Sacramento at 13 is as good as mine. I could see them trading it with Barnes for Kuzma. I could see them keeping it and drafting a good player. So, Alan Chase says, I agree. Please Spurs draft Rob Dillingham. That would make my night. Rob with Wemby is must-see TV. I think so, too. Evan says, excited for the stream. What do you think? I'm excited. I'm excited for tonight. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Yay, we got some me pipe. Let's get some me pipe in the chat. Best snack for draft day, Brendan wants to know. I think the best snack for draft day is wings. I love wings. So going wings on draft night, you can't go wrong. You really can't. Jay Anderson says, if we trade Duren, I might burn my Pistons jersey. They just should not trade Duren. I think it's way too soon. Tom says, good morning, mate. Looking forward to seeing who my Raps draft today. Hopefully Bub. Bub would be a tremendous option at number 19. I believe in my final mock draft, that's who I had them going with as well. Anthony says, Sheldon, when you look at prospects from Europe, either at point guard or center or wing, who would you say in those positions would be perfect fits for the Heat culture? I could see Eric Spoelstra getting a lot of Tidjane Salon, to be honest. I don't think he'll be available at pick number 15, to be honest with you. So they also have pick number 45, I believe. I know they have a second-round pick. So someone like Ulrich Chomchi would be interesting because he has some playmaking feel as a center. He's from Africa, so he's not European, but he's an overseas prospect. Otherwise, there's a couple of options like that they could look at in round 2, but Chomchi is one that kind of stands out to me as like a interesting upside pick for Miami. Carter says, can't find a spot for ED in my first round mock. Here's a couple of good options. Portland at 14, Lakers at 17, New Orleans at 21, Toronto at 19 I wouldn't even necessarily rule out, and 23 Milwaukee could make some sense too. So those are some options there for you. SP says, who has risen up and dropped off the most on your big board throughout the year? That's a great question. That's a really good question. So let's talk about who has risen the most throughout the year for me and who has dropped the most. I think for a riser for me, Dalton Connect. Just before the year, if you go back to my way too early, like Dalton Connect and Devin Carter both are actually really great examples of this. Guys, I wasn't sure that we're going to be first round picks, let alone very likely lottery and top 10 picks. I like these guys a lot. They've really risen up my board quite a bit. For someone who has fallen down my board, I think Kyle Filipowski would kind of fit that. Coming into the year, I thought there was a good chance he'd be a lottery selection. Seems like he's more of a late 20s, mid 20s type of pick right now, which I ultimately landed on him with 25. And another guy too, for me that has fallen quite a bit is, let me find where he's at. Judah Mintz. I thought Judah Mintz this year was going to have a really good chance of like solidifying himself as a first round prospect. Ultimately, the year just did not go that way for him, though, unfortunately. So that's ultimately where, two of the guys that dropped the most for me and two guys that really rose the most for me as well. I don't think that's really surprising, just given their context. Brian says, Ivy and Duran are solid young players, but there's a reason it's rumored around the league. Cade and Sarr are the only untouchable guys. I wouldn't give up on either of them, but the flaws are very real. I think, yeah, they are. Don't get me wrong. Like Ivy still mostly predominantly drives to his right hand. Duran, very, very young in his field defensively. He's not perfect yet by any stretch of the imagination. But I think Sarr's flaws are just as damaging. And yes, he's one draft younger than the other two guys. But I think Sarr, and Brian, I know you would, acknowledge this too. And I'm not saying that you're not wrong about Sarr being untouchable or Pistons probably not wanting to trade him because he's so athletic and does have a lot of incredible tools. My question is, how does he long-term fit because of the shooting woes that will likely continue to scar his career for a while? Swiss, thank you for the 20. He says, love if the Wizards could get Sarr and Bub or AJ. That would be incredible if they walk out with Sarr and then a point guard or Sarr and a wing. Either way, I'm going to be very, very happy for Washington. I think they're really set up well tonight. I think it's going to be a phenomenal draft for them for sure. But Elizabeth, I'm glad that you got that gifted membership from Brian. That is so awesome to see. The GOAT. Brian came in huge for you. So shout out to Elizabeth and shout out to Brian one more time for that as well. Shout out to Braythed. He's been watching the channel for a very long time. So it's going to be the first time in like 4 years I won't be in here on draft night watching with a big group. Good luck with the stream tonight, Sheldon. Hey, no worries, Bray. I hope you guys do enjoy the draft yourself. And I appreciate being in here now. It's fun to talk some hoops. And you guys know how much I love talking basketball. And I'm glad that's the one thing about my community I feel like I really, really enjoy. It seems like you guys have that same love, that same passion for basketball that I do. For me, I just can't stop enjoying talking about it. I really love hoops and I really love basketball. So to have you guys in here and supporting that and supporting me and also just wanting to talk about basketball is just so fantastic and I really, really love it. G. Willikers, that's a funny username there, says, Sup, Elizabeth, much love from Blazers Surprise. Jordan Thackeray says, who are two players the Pistons should not take at 5? That's a good question. Based on my board, and this may be going to, upset some people, we'll see. Based on my board here, let me go over to it. Based on my board, someone who's very likely a pick for them, Matas Buzelis, I have 14th. Not that it's necessarily a reach because I could see like the upside panning out where like this draft is very flat. So the difference between number 14 and number 8 on my board is not significant. But if they take Matas Buzelis, I do have questions about the fit. Otherwise, like, I don't know. Like, Matas is really the only one that I've been able to focus in on because I think the rest of them fit. Like, Klingon would be weird, too, if they take Donovan Klingon. It's not that he's a bad player, but what does that mean for Duran then? I really think the first one that comes to mind, though, is Buzelis. It's not like he's terrible. I think Buzelis is an intriguing prospect. There's a lot to work with tools-wise, but he's got a long ways to put them all together. So I have some concerns about how that's all going to function and work, especially in Detroit's team context. But it's not necessarily the end-all, be-all. Noah here says, why is having a point guard so important to San Antonio when the majority of the ball of the time the ball will be in Vassell and Wemby's hands? Wouldn't it be better to draft Swiss Army knife shooting and defense? So this is a very good question. Noah, what I will say to you is go look at the Phoenix Suns. Their philosophy was having the ball in Durant, Booker, and Beal's hands. And just like you're saying with Vassell and Wemby, and you're right, the ball will be in those guys' hands a lot. But Phoenix had the worst fourth quarter offense in the league. And they had that with 3 awesome half-court players. Beal, not so much anymore, but Booker and Durant, especially 2 elite half-court offensive players. The reason that they couldn't score in the half-court in the fourth quarter, especially, the game gets tight. You need playmaking. You need initiation. You need to be able to run set plays. You need to be able to handle ball pressure. Having a point guard is extremely important. Throughout the course of a game, whoever brings the ball up is not as important. But think about Chris Paul. Throughout most of his career as a clutch time point guard was always elite. And the reason why, you put the ball in his hands, you spread the floor, you run pick and roll, you get set plays going, and you know he's going to make the right decision, the right read. He's going to be secure with the basketball. And even though I think Wemby could blossom into the best player in the league, I think very likely will, it doesn't mean you want him to be tasked with being the point guard, bringing the ball up, handling the ball through traffic in early transition, handling it with pressure on him all the time. Having someone who can relieve him of some of that pressure throughout the course of a long 82-game season is really beneficial. So having someone who can make reads, handle the ball, deal with pressure, super important. Noah, that's a great question. I hope you enjoyed my answer there too, because I think it's a really important thing to address. Lightskin says, this is the 3rd draft I've been a part of on this channel. It is. Shout out to you, Disgrace, for being in here once again. G. Williker says, me too. It's going to be a great day for Blazers no matter what. New young talent is easy to root for. CJY says, is Atlanta about to make a huge trade? I think Atlanta is one of the most important situations to monitor because they have so many tradable players. They have so many different rumors to follow right now, especially trading the number 1 overall pick. Could they do that? We'll see what Atlanta does. If Atlanta sits pat and doesn't do anything, I'm going to be very surprised. So we'll see. Zach says, KD to Portland to resurrect his career, sent around by a great young team. I'm just not sure if that's going to functionally work. Augusta Bourne says, please, Atlanta, don't mess this up. I think they're going to take Zachary Sachet, guys. JC BYO says, happy draft day, fellow ball knowers. Happy draft day, everyone. Just a reminder to go give us a follow over on Twitter. Here is the profile. Let me pull it up on stream for you guys. Here is the profile. Make sure you guys go give me a follow over there right now. I'm going to be shouting you out live on the channel with your follows. So make sure to go give me a follow. I will pull up your profile on stream as you hit that follow button. So links in the description for that. Go give us a follow. Utility Sports over on Twitter. Robert here says Sheppard to the Spurs is the best fit for Wemby. I think so as well. But, you know, I also think Dillingham would be tremendous. So Mike Ross says Sarr is going to win multiple Defensive Players of the Year. I think that he would be in the running for a lot of them in the future if it wasn't for Victor Wembanyama. I think that will drastically change how this works. Shout out to Ja here for the follow. Shout out to Blocked by Braun for the follow as well. Really appreciate you guys. Shout out to Jacob for the follow. Shout out to Grant as well as Ronan and Jordan. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Kino for the follow. Jay, shout out to you. Shout out to UGA 2024 champions Kyle Moreno as well. So shout out to everyone for the follows over on Twitter. Really appreciate you guys a ton for that. You guys are absolutely killing it. Texas Sports says, what to do, Sheldon? Nice to see the live stream. Please help me feel a little bit better about what the Rockets did or are doing. So first of all, I like what the Rockets have done. And right now is the time. Let's go do that right now. I haven't talked about the trade yet from yesterday. I need to do that right now. Let's pull this up. Let me find it. I've got to scroll through all my stuff. All right. Here we go. Let's start right here. A lot of stuff, right? The Knicks are sending 4 unprotected first, 2025, 2027, 2029, 2031, a 2025 protected Milwaukee first, 2028 unprotected swap, 2025 second for Mikal Bridges, and a 2026 second. So you read that out loud, you say all that stuff, and you're like, oh my gosh, that's so many draft picks, it's so much this, so much that. I would just want to remind people, the Knicks were the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. They were 1 game away from making the Eastern Conference Finals. Their second best player, Julius Randle, wasn't even playing in the playoffs. Mitchell Robinson was injured and hurt and out, which some people might say, well, yeah, obviously you can expect that. I mean, he was not there. OG Anunoby was dealing with an injury. They didn't have Mikal Bridges yet. They traded none of their rotation. They traded Bojan Bogdanovic, who I said last year at the trade deadline wasn't going to be that great for New York. Guess what? They traded nothing from their rotation, and they got a very, 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 very high-level two-way player, a guy who is a super high-quality starter, a top 40-ish player in the world. And I've been seeing people saying, you want to give up all that for someone who might not be a top 40 player in the world? Well, guess what? He's a top 40-ish player. I don't care if he's 45. I don't care if he's 53. I don't care if he's 38. I don't care what number you're going to rank him. What I know is he's a really good player. And there's a lot of teams that would have loved to have him. Memphis would have loved to have him. A bunch of different teams around the league are killing for that type of guy. And the Knicks have a real monopoly on a lot of them. I think they're going to keep OG Anunoby. I think they're going to have one of the best top 8 rotations in the entire NBA next year. And I think they're going to be real, true contenders. And the fact that Mikal Bridges is always healthy, plays every game, I think that's really valuable for a Tom Thibodeau coach team, if you catch my drift. So I really like the direction they're going. Shout out to Unholy Book for the follow as well. But let's get back to my board here now. So, let's sorry, I was supposed to keep talking about the trade. So I think for the Knicks, it's a no-brainer, to be honest with you. I know people are gonna be upset about that, and they're gonna say, "Oh my gosh, what?" Let me go to Woj here. So part of this here with that is also the Rockets getting involved. And the reason that the Nets made this trade, by the way, the Nets wouldn't have made the Mikal Bridges trade if they didn't know they were getting their own first-round pick back. The fact that these two deals happened like back-to-back like this, it means the Nets knew what they were doing. The Nets were trying to get their own future back for the most part. And they got their 2025 pick and their 2026 draft pick back in return. But what they did do was give up a lot of their Suns picks that they owned. And Houston getting those assets, they were able to turn some picks into more picks. And they increased their draft pick capital. They increased their overall collection of assets. And with that in mind, they're now either loaded up to make a trade, or worst case, they're just betting against the Phoenix Suns' future. And that's something, as you guys know from watching me for a while, I think is extremely smart. I would bet against Phoenix right now because I think Matt Ishbia is running the team into the ground. And if you can turn around and take advantage of his bad decisions, you might walk away with Devin Booker. So I think Houston, who is in a great spot now, made a really good move, I think, because Brooklyn was either going to just kind of stay mediocre. They were probably going to keep Mikal Bridges, keep Nick Claxton and everybody, and win like 33 games again and maybe have a top 10-ish pick, like unless you get lucky. Like that's what happened this year. The lottery blessed Houston. They moved up into the top 3. There's no guarantee that it happens next year. So I think making this type of move was really good for them. I think this was really good for the Knicks. They get a guy who is a top 40-ish, top 50-ish, top 60-ish player, and they add into a core that's already really great. And I think the Nets, they have a lot of work to do. They're going to be very dependent on lottery luck. But if they can land Cooper Flagg or Ace Bailey next year, it's a really great start to a redirection of their franchise. So I do think the trade makes sense for everyone involved. I think that the team that came out the best out of it was the Knicks. I love their future. I think that with their players all being similar age, they're going to be really good for the next 5 to 7 years. And that's all you can ask. If you're really good, if you're hovering around contention for 5 years, you might break through and win one. But even if you don't, there's a lot of really great basketball to watch, and fans should be really excited about the Nova Knicks in person. Jeffrey here says, what do you think the Pacers will do this summer? I think their biggest thing is keeping Obi Toppin, honestly. Mel said, hit the like. Swiss says, I would love if the Wizards got Sarr and Bub or AJ. That would be tremendous for them. Rab here says, what do you think of Matas? So for Buzelis, I think the biggest thing for me, what is this? Oh, this is about the, about the Rockets. Okay. About Buzelis here. Let's go back into this. For Buzelis, I do think if everything hits on his career, he could turn into a possible all-star because he has a lot of talent, and he's got good length, size, respectable athleticism. His first step's not elite. I do have questions about his shooting. You know, he's talked a lot on the record about, well, if I shot the ball better, I'd be the first overall pick. Well, if you shot the ball better, we'd probably be calling you a good shooter. Like, you know, there's a reason that I think we're a little skeptical of his shooting numbers. And there's a reason we're skeptical of his translation to the NBA. And I've said it a lot throughout the last year or so, last couple of years, is the least important, the least valuable archetype in NBA basketball is a non-shooting power forward. if you're not a reliable, consistent shooter, you're going to struggle, and your value is going to really wane on if you're hitting or missing wide open shots. We saw it with PJ Washington. Second round of the playoffs against the Thunder, he was hitting almost everything from the corner. It felt like he could not miss, and he was extremely valuable in that one series. But then he got to Minnesota, he got to Boston, and he couldn't buy himself a bucket from behind the three-point line. So, like, which kind of player are you going to get? And if the jump shot's not consistent, it's not reliable, how good of a player really are you? If you're not, and that's the thing, is we've seen players who are really good in a lot. Aaron Gordon has good passing feel. Aaron Gordon's an elite defender. Aaron Gordon's extremely athletic, a fantastic lob threat, a transition threat. Really, really great. Got to the second round of the playoffs, Minnesota didn't guard him. So there's even really good players can have disappointing outcomes because of shooting variance. And Buzelis is someone who, if his shot doesn't come along, there's a lot of questions. And that's where, for me, if he doesn't realize that shooting, he might not even be a role player. I think there's to me, I would be shocked if he doesn't stick in the league. Like, as you can clearly tell, I think he's a guy who's going to be in rotation and maybe even be a starter. Probably will be a starter. But, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing to me if he kind of, struggles, especially early in his career, finding consistency in a real role. Harib says, let's get some hype for the Discord. Lots of great members in there. We talk about almost all the teams and have some community mock drafts during draft season. We do. Make sure you guys go join that. Link is in the description for the Discord. Go join the Discord right now. I want everyone to go hop in there currently. Kyler says, hey, I've been watching you for years now, bro, since 2021, I believe. I love your channel. Kyler, I remember you. I remember some of your old comments. That's the one thing. I got a photographic memory nearly. So I really remember a lot of the comments I read. I remember, a lot of profile. I remember a lot of things. Okay, that's one of my greatest assets. Is my memory is incredible. So Kyler, first of all, I want to thank you for your continued support. I remember you being around. I remember your comments. I really appreciate you. He wants to know, what do I expect OKC to do with cap space? Maybe potentially get in on DFS and or Cam Johnson. Those are the two guys I would love to see them get in on. Also, you never know if Houston's making some big trade with Phoenix. If Tari Eason's in those deals, OKC should try and go get him out of that deal. OKC should try and go give Phoenix some more picks, get Tari Eason out of that, because I think Tari Eason would be a tremendous fit in Oklahoma City. So we'll see. Jose Garcia says Flake is the hope for the Nets. Yes, he is. We'll see what actually happens there. Jack Tilly says, do you think Blazers keep 7 and 14? And if so, who'd be realistic picks? Dalton Connect at 7 is very possible. And then Khalil Ware at 14 could make some real sense, or maybe Zach Edey if he goes at that spot. Nets do not have all of their picks back, I'm pretty sure. I need to double check this, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Brooklyn only got back 2025 and 2026 first. So based on that, the Rockets should still own their 2027 one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Rockets have swap option in 2027. So they don't own all of their picks. They own most of them back, not all of them. Easy Carmod says, please click the like. There's 450 people watching, only 43 likes. I'm going to check the likes right now. I want to see how many likes we're at. I am about to refresh on YouTube. Let's see how many likes we're sitting at now. 138, so we're doing a lot better, but you guys got to ramp that up a little bit more. I know we can definitely do better than that. You guys are killing it, though. We just hit 26,500 subscribers. Shout out to you guys. Really, really appreciate each and every one of you. You guys have been killing it lately. So huge shout out to everyone. Thank you all for clicking that like button, subscribing, and everything you guys do is just really, really awesome for me. B says, Sheldon, do you usually spoil the picks on the draft stream? Guys like Shams usually do it. Typically, I don't. I think my draft stream will be a little bit different this year, too. We'll talk about that as we get a little bit closer to the draft. But make sure you guys, one thing I do have to say, and it's going to be related to that later. I really need you guys to go all follow me on Twitter. Okay, links in the description for that. Jaden, thank you for the or for the like over there. I thought it was just a follow. Okay, I need more followers over here, and I'll explain why later. Okay, we're at near 23,000, or 23,000. I wish 2,300 followers over there on Twitter. So make sure to go follow over on Twitter if you guys aren't already. It'll make sense later as we get closer to the draft. I'll explain a little bit more, but Rico says, thoughts on Topic? Should the Spurs take him? I think if the Spurs took him, it wouldn't be bad. I think he would have a really natural fit and be a really natural pairing with Wemby. Their positional size together would be very unique and impressive. But I think there are better options for the Spurs as well. So, but what I expect for OKC, they're going to, I think, like targeting like talent and just players who fit. Like Cody Williams, I think would be a tremendous fit for the Thunder. Xavier says, when are teams expected to do most trading or signing free agents? I don't know when to expect my Magic to make move. So free agency starts June 30th, Xavier. So it'll start at night on June 30th. And then for trading, I mean, teams can make trades right now. So during the draft tonight, there's going to be a few moves for sure. OM Reiji says, who do you think the Raptors will draft? And do you think they'll trade the 31st pick to start the second round? That's the thing is with the 2-day draft now, that 31st pick becomes more valuable because teams are going to have a whole day or nearly a whole day, that is, to decide if they want to go get that pick or not. So, and who they would want to draft. Carter says mock drafting late first round is difficult. Yeah, it's incredibly difficult because you get one pick wrong and all of a sudden you're screwed. So, we will see. Brian here says, I'm looking forward to seeing your draft analysis tomorrow, especially on the Spurs picks. Have a good night, all. Brian, shout out to you. Glad to have you in here today. Graham says, excited to see what the Spurs do this draft. Awesome content, Sheldon. Thank you, Graham, for your kind words. Really appreciate you. Warriors Media says, sup, everyone. Let's get some hype in the comment section below. I want everyone right now, I'm going to leave a comment in here myself. Comment your favorite team. I want to hear who you guys are fans of. Comment down below right now who you are a fan of. Bruce Naylor says, do you think the Nuggets could get Day'Ron Holmes at 28? I think there's a really good chance he's off the board before that, but at the very minimum, he probably goes pick 28 as his like floor. I like Day'Ron Holmes II a lot. Salshin says, do you think Raptors will move up from 19? Probably not, although they do have 31 to work with. So if they like someone, some natural spots for them to move up could maybe be like 12 with OKC. If the Thunder wanted to move down, I'm not sure that they will, though. In fact, I think OKC would be more likely to move up. I think Miami at 15 could move down. I think at 17, the Lakers would be willing to move down. So we'll see. They could maybe potentially move up a little bit. Eric says, yo, Sheldon, welcome to the stream, Eric. Glad to have you in here again, my man. Shout out to you. Pelicans, Nola says, we in the building. Let's go, Pelicans. Who do y'all think we are taking? Let him know who you think the Pelicans are taking down in the comment section below. PJ Clemens says Pelicans, Misi, Holmes, Bub, or Ware. Misi is really a likelihood, a very, very possible option. Holmes is a very possible option. I don't see Bub or Ware being as likely, honestly, though. Virus says, your opinion on the dream draft for the Spurs, I would love to see Castle and Holland. The defense of Castle, Vassell, Holland, Sohan, and Wemby would be insane. My question to you would be, who's shooting three-pointers in that lineup? I understand your logic. I would take shooting. Rob Dillingham, I think, could be tremendous. Like, Castle and Dillingham would be really good together. I think, like, you have just a number of different ways you want to go, to be honest, that you could go. Zach says, what's up, Sheldon? How you doing today? Been busy at work, but just hit my goal for the day today, so I'll tap in for a bit. Zach, glad to have you in here, my man. Zach, super, super knowledgeable about hoops. Really appreciate Zach. He's one of my moderators in the Discord. I really just do appreciate him. He's super fun to talk to about basketball. He's a big-time Pacers fan, but he follows the whole league very, very well, and I always appreciate my conversations with him. He knows what he's talking about. So if you guys see Zach leaving comments or sharing his thoughts, make sure to listen because he knows what he is saying. Aaron says, can Knicks move into the teens and get Edey or Misi? I think Edey would be a tremendous fit for them. Getting into the teens, I think, might be a little challenging for the Knicks. They do have 24 and 25, but then you need to find a team that's willing to move out of a teen spot. So Miami, I don't know if they would do it out of 15. Maybe they would. Otherwise, you could look at like 16 is the Sixers. I don't think they're going to be willing to move out just because there's a few players I could see them landing on at number 16 that they would like quite a bit, especially with their kind of revamped scouting staff that they have this year. You could also, for New York, look at trying to move up with maybe a team like Orlando or trying to move up with a team like the Lakers. But then you kind of run into the issue with a lot of these teams being kind of playoff teams or teams that are trying to win maybe a playoff series next year. Not only are they're not really trying to move down for extra probable late first round picks, they're probably trying to move down for like a player or like a rotational fit. So I'm not sure exactly how the Knicks would provide that to some of these teams, given their recent moves. They obviously have a lot of talent. Maybe Mitchell Robinson. I mean, Mitchell Robinson's kind of the big question, right? Like, what happens with him tonight? And Aaron, I really appreciate you, by the way, as well. I know you've been watching the channel for a very long time. So let's get some hype for Aaron down in the comment section below. Blazer fan says Thomas Robinson would agree with Sheldon. Yeah, that's see, that's where some of my draft philosophies come from. Like, you look at a lot of the players who haven't hit in the past. A lot of them are power forwards who couldn't shoot. Like, think about Patrick Williams getting drafted 4th overall. That was a pick I was not very fond of myself. Like, not that Patrick Williams is a terrible player. There's definitely value. And DeAndre Hunter's another example. Another power forward who his jump shot, his perimeter shooting was kind of the big swing skill for him. Those guys just, like, everyone presumes they're going to have a huge impact, and they always look at them and saying, oh, this is going to be huge star potential. The reality, though, is if things don't hit, if things don't come along very well, what value, what role do they provide to winning? And sometimes that kind of varies, and it really leads to a lot of struggles too. So not saying that all power forwards are like that, right? Like, you just have to go through the evaluation process, but sometimes it's really hard. Shout out to Brian for the follow over on Twitter. Shout out to Eric Blase as well. Really appreciate you guys a ton for that. Here again is my board. Let's go back over to it. Really glad you guys have enjoyed all of the content this year, by the way. It is just so much fun talking about the NBA draft all year long and deep diving all these players and everything. Danny from LA says, I'm solitary, man. The back and forth was fun on X. Thanks, bro. Of course, appreciate you, my guy. Thank you for the 5 as well. Really appreciate you. It's a lot of fun to talk over on Twitter. And, Twitter, like, if you guys enjoy the content, you guys enjoy hearing my videos and listening to my logic and thoughts on a lot of things. Like, I tweet a lot more than I record videos because it's a lot quicker. It's a lot easier for me to get content out on Twitter, sharing my thoughts on certain things. Like last night was my birthday. I was out with friends at Topgolf when the trade for Mikal Bridges happened. So I couldn't record a video. But of course I tweeted. So in the event that I'm out doing something and I'm not able to get to my recording software, I will still share my thoughts over on Twitter, which is why it's important that you guys do follow me over on there if you want to hear my thoughts, of course. Blazer fan says, does Boston have anyone that can shoot three-pointers? No. The 2 teams in the NBA that shot the most threes this year were the Mavericks and the Celtics. And they were the 2 teams in the NBA Finals. So at what time in Europe is the NBA draft? The NBA draft is in 3 hours from right now, so that should hopefully help you out. Joshua says, you're welcome. Hanover Fest, who do you think the Spurs are getting? I think Stephon Castle is going to be pick number 4. I've answered that one, Anthony. John says, Blazers keep picks, in my opinion. Unfortunately, this draft I think this draft is pretty solid. I think there's a lot of quality players. There's not like the number 1 Victor Wembanyama type player, but I think the draft as a whole is going to produce a lot of good players. The Mike is a Warriors fan. We got a Mavs fan in here, Pistons fans, Rockets fans, Spurs fans, a Lakers fan here from Zay. Shout out to Zay. Dustin, shout out to you for being in here as well. Chris Dew says, do you think the Suns can trade down a couple of times to get 4 second-rounders? Theoretically, they probably could from 22, but we'll see what happens. I think at 22, they might just take someone like Tyler Kolek. Van Jones says, Wizards. That's awesome to see. Anthony's a Heat fan. Mike Byers is a Raptors fan. Blazers, Bulls, Magic, Sacramento Kings. Go Spurs, go, says Craig. Shout out to Craig. Thank you again for the donation earlier. KK Partizan here for Cemetery. That's sweet. We got some European basketball fans in here. We've got an Indiana Fever fan. That's sweet. Error Up says Houston. John says Bulls, but hate to admit it these days. It's tough. Hey, over-under on Josh Giddey, 17.5 points this season. I think he's going to hit the over on that, to be honest. Dakilla says Wizards. Cadillac says Seattle Supersonics. We're getting close to that. 2026. You didn't hear that from me. 2026. Not going to be the first year, but that's when we're going to get real serious news on it. Okay, 2025, 2026. And probably an expansion draft in 2027, maybe? You didn't hear that from me, though. Okay, you didn't hear that from me. Swiss says Wizards. Joshua says Spurs fan. We got a lot of Spurs, Raptors fans, Rockets fans. Cleveland Cavaliers fans. Shout out to you, Goku. Go Spurs, go. Pelicans Nola says Atlanta. Y'all ready to give us Trae Young for Brandon Ingram and picks? I don't think that's happening for the Pelicans. I'd be shy if it does. Oh, my goodness. Brian K says Bulls and Thunder. PJ Clemens says Pelicans. Rick says San Antonio Spurs since 1973. BT is back, says Sacramento. We got Dustin, who's a Wolves fan. Sacramento says Brendan, who's lighting the beam. Ryan says Giddy trade is going to work out. Hang in there. You got to fight through it. We got the Flint Tropics for DeMike. I like that. That's funny. Rudolph says he is a Spurs fan. Shout out to you, Rudolph. Thank you for being in here. Blazer fan says the Blazers need talent at any position. Yes, they do. Elizabeth Allen. I dropped my phone, so hold on one second. There we go. We need someone to block the Nuggets from getting Holmes if he happens to get that far. We can't have that. He would be really, really good there. Jazz fan says Steven. Thank you for being in here, Steven. Akram says Warriors. Erup says, who should the Rockets pick at number 3? And look no further than the guy who is number 2 on my draft board, Mr. Reed Sheppard himself right here. This is the man, Reed Sheppard. Should be the 2nd overall pick. I think Reed Sheppard's going to be very, very good in the NBA. Joshua says Pelicans, I think, will trade up and draft Stephon Castle. That would be incredible. They already have their own version of Stephon Castle in Dyson Daniels. Now, they're not even close to the same player, so I'm just kind of joking there. Don't take me super seriously. They got similar like physicals and stuff, but that's about it. Jacob says, what do you think Grizzlies do with number 9? Trade up or trade down? I think they will try to trade up, to be honest. Robert says, do you see the Pacers sneaking into the first round, or will teams not want to trade out in draft that is so polarizing? I think the Pacers, they have 3 seconds, so they could definitely try and jump up into the first round. I think if they do, watch out for Boston at number 30 as a trade spot. Brandon says, Sheldon, how long out do you start scouting these kids? I think it's funny when you can mention a 15-year-old and some draft guys can tell you all about them. Are you watching middle school hoops to get in early? So not middle school hoops. That's a little ridiculous. But I am watching a lot of high school hoops. And the reason for that is because having a good base knowledge, like you can't just watch 15 games of these kids. Like if they play 20 games in college or something, like if you watch those 20 games, like you get a good feel for them, but you don't really know them. And the reality is you can watch a whole bunch of high school games. You can watch a whole bunch of college games and you still don't know them because you don't know what situation they're going to go to in the NBA. You don't know how much play time they're going to get. You don't know what system they're going to be playing in. That's one of the hard things about making a board. Like, I love Reed Sheppard, but let's say Reed Sheppard goes to a team where he's behind 2 small guards already and there's no rim protector on his team. And now it sounds like I'm describing Houston. Houston has a lot of athleticism and a very good defensive coach, okay? But let's say Reed Sheppard goes to a team that is not very well defensively coached. And offensively, the coach doesn't value shooting as much. If he goes there, then his value looks way worse than what my board suggests. So, like, that's where fit and landing in the right spot really does mean a lot. So, I've been watching I've been watching Rob Dillingham for like 4 years, if that gives you a good idea. I've been watching Alex Sarr for about 3 years or so. I've been watching Cody Williams for about 3 years or so, roughly. So, it just kind of depends. Like Matas Buzelis, I've been watching Matas the longest out of everyone in this draft. I've been watching Matas for probably close to 4.5, 5 years. So he's been the one and like Edey, I mean, Edey's been in college for 4 years. I've been watching Zach Edey for 4 years. So it just kind of depends. Like I've been watching Baylor Shireman since he was a Jackrabbit. So it kind of depends. Like some of these older prospects I've just been watching for a long time because of college. And some of them, I've been watching for, however long, depending on what their draft situation's like. Like Isaiah Collier, I've been watching for about 3 years. Number 1 recruit in high school, right? So that's a great question. It's a great question. Kyler says, what do you think happens with the Hawks players? Feel like the entire roster has been in trade rumors outside of Jalen Johnson. I don't think they'll trade Trae Young. I think Trae Young will be there. I think that DeJounte Murray's a 50-50 shot. Glenn Capella very likely gets traded, and I don't know if DeAndre Hunter has a real market. Brian says, Utility Sports Plus on X is not yours, correct? Logo is very similar. It is technically mine. It is my best friends. We run that one together, basically. So feel free to follow that one too. Utility Sports Plus is on there as well. So feel free to follow that. Tyler says, hey bro, what should Orlando do? Keep or trade? If they're making a trade, it better be for an established all-star type point guard like a DeJounte Murray. But if they keep it, they should take shooting or perimeter talent. I could see like Tristan Da Silva as a realistic option. Rock Howard says, enjoy your work. Thank you, Rock. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 2, both you and Tyler. Really appreciate you guys a ton. And I hope you guys are enjoying my 2024 NBA Draft Big Board. Obviously, we spent a decent amount of time looking at it. I do want to touch on, really quickly, Bronny James. I think there's been a lot of unfair criticism of him. And part of the nepotism, right? People reference nepotism and say how he's gotten all of these opportunities. The one thing I'll say, too, though, there's a guy playing for the Denver Nuggets now in Peyton Watson, who was a high-end recruit, had a terrible year at UCLA and was still a first-round pick. And it's not nepotism, but sometimes players, like, there's certain things that they didn't necessarily earn, but he had a lot of physical tools. He played the game a certain way that Denver valued. Like, Bronny James, like, obviously his name is what draws attention, and the fact that he's LeBron's kid. And as a result, not only does it bring some nepotism and some positive value to his life, but it's also brought a lot of criticism. If we're looking at it objectively, he has a lot of good feel on both ends of the floor. He's connective as a passer. He makes solid decisions with the ball in his hands, and he can also presumably shoot. That's been one of the big questions. The shooting wasn't there at USC, but when he's alone in a gym, he looks like a great shooter. And that could be true for a lot of these guys. So I'm not saying it's a huge plus, but there's upside there for him as a shooter. And then defensively, he's got tremendous feel. I think he's a very, very promising defensive prospect when it comes to guarding other point guards, like a Jose Alvarado. But at the same time, with the fact that he had a cardiac arrest, like, it's incredible he played college basketball. So I think objectively looking at it, you know, obviously I understand the criticism, but I also understand, like, that there's crazy fans who think he should be the first overall pick, like that one crazy bet tonight. I just think, like, you just need to objectively look at this and make your own decisions based on all of the different possibilities and where a guy actually belongs to go from an upside standpoint, and trying to remove some of the bias one way or another is super important. Zach says, super excited for tonight to see what my new team, the Grizzlies, are going to do. Lots of interesting directions they could go that I wouldn't mind. Also, my Pacers could be active, so it should be a fun night. We'll see what happens with Memphis. I'm very intrigued by them, because if they trade up and get Donovan Clingan, you know, one of my biggest concerns about them is their starting center spot. If they move up and get Clingan, that solves their biggest flaw, in my opinion. So we will see. Mock says, GM's pushing this draft sucks narrative so they don't wind up fired. Honestly. Adam here says, hey, I really liked your big board yesterday. I really appreciate the work you put into it. I wanted to hear your thoughts on two prospects you didn't include in it, Trey Alexander and Keyshawn Johnson. So Johnson out of Arizona, really impressive athlete. There's watching his film, there's like a bunch of moments where he makes like wow plays, where you could just tell he's athletically better than a lot of other college players. And if you're talking about his hope for being a true NBA player, that's what's going to stand out. He's athletic. He's going to be able to match NBA athleticism. I think one of the big questions for him is the actual skill set, offensively especially. I think, like, athletically, he's going to be a quality defender. I think there's a lot to kind of be hopeful for. And I know people are going to point to the fact that he shot nearly 39% from three this year. The issue, though, for his career, this is his shooting splits, and he's a fifth-year senior. As a freshman, he shot 22% from three. As a sophomore, he shot 33% from three. As a junior, he shot 18% from three. As a senior, he shot 26% from three. And then as a fifth-year senior, he finally shot 39% from three. So, and he averaged 11.5 points per game as a fifth-year senior. So I'm skeptical because I just don't know if I can rely on the three-point shooting. I don't know if I can rely on the skill set offensively. But he is an intriguing athlete, and there is some upside to grow into there. If he puts together the reps and he works on his craft, especially as a shooter, could be a tremendous addition. If everything goes right, I expect him to be on a two-way contract to begin his career. Trey Alexander is a tough one because he was tasked with creating a lot for Creighton. I like some of the skills from a bare bones standpoint, the ability to create off the bounce, make difficult shots. The concern I have, though, is how does that fit into the NBA? Our team's going to give him that ability, that leeway to play that style. For example, number 60 on my board, I think, is a far less talented player in Reese Beekman. Offensively, he does not have the same talent as a guy like Trey Alexander. So you might say, well, then why is Beekman higher on your board? Beekman is a better defender, and I think his play style will get coaches to trust him a little bit easier, a little bit quicker than someone like Trey Alexander. So I hope that clears up why they were left off my board. It's not that these players, like, there's a bunch of players, like my top 70 or 80 guys, I'm like, these guys could maybe carve out a career. And like the hope is for me, like, well, I'm trying to be realistic and I don't want to give everyone starter potential. Like that's not good analysis. So I try to be very realistic. I try to have very tight ranges on what I think these players are actually going to become. But of course, with that, I hope that they all overachieve my expectations for them. And it doesn't mean that I fully think, like, for example, here, someone like, let's look at Kevin McCullough here, or let's look at, actually, I think a good one here is Judah Mintz, right? Like, Judah Mintz, to me, I don't even have as a possible top 8 role player based on my board, how it looks. But the reality is, if things go right, if he really improves, obviously he could blow past that ceiling I have. But my bet is against that, essentially. And I hate to make that kind of bet, but it's just like, I don't want to sit here and say, well, this guy has starter potential because I'm trying to be as very fair, realistic, and critical in my analysis as possible without being harsh or rude or unfair. So it's a tough line to walk because, first of all, I would love to include 130 players on my big board. The video would be 5 hours long, right? My top 60 took an hour and 40 minutes to record because that's how long I talk about the players. I love talking about them, so don't get me wrong, but people don't have time to digest a 5-hour video. So even an hour 40 is probably about as long as I can realistically push it. So that's the reason why Trey Alexander and Shaw Johnson were left off. I do like their traits, but I think there's some questions about how they're going to fit into the NBA. Swiss says Wizards pull the trigger on a Kuzma trade. I think very possible that they do tonight. There's been a lot of rumors and speculation they want a third first-round pick. Swiss, thank you for the 2, by the way. Bantam with the 2 says Fontecchio to OKC needs to happen. He will stay in Detroit. I think the Pistons really like Fontecchio, honestly. Mock here says, with the 5, everyone talking down on Bronny and saying wouldn't draft him in the second round, but then say the draft is terrible. I'll take him 35 in San Antonio. Go Spurs, go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, there's been other players who, everyone points to Bronny James' shortcomings, his stats. Like, go look. Alex Sarr is going to be the second pick tonight, okay? If you go look at Alex Sarr's stats, you're not going to be, like, overly impressed with his per-game numbers. Now, Alex Sarr is a way better player than Bronny James currently, so I'm not saying that to slight Alex Sarr at all, but if you look at, like, if you go look at, Stephon Castle stats, or if you go look at another good one to talk about here is like, even Isaiah Crawford's numbers aren't like the most, oh my gosh, it's just like, and those are guys some of these guys are upperclassmen. So I think like just fair analysis is the most important thing you can do along the way. It's just like trying to take a player where he is, understanding his strengths and weaknesses, and then being fair in your analysis on them. So I think that's really important. Dustin here for the Timberwolves says, I need a point guard tonight. We'll see what they do. I could also see Baylor Shireman just being a tremendous pickup for them. Celtics own the Mavs. Yes, they did. That was foreseeable. Jonathan says, Klingon seems to be the most polarizing player in this draft. Vegas does not have any odds on favorite for him to land in the top 10. Where do you have him landing? I think now is a great time. You guys want to see my mock draft? I want to pull that up here. Let's get the mock draft rolling. I'm extremely excited to talk about it. I think now is going to be a great time. So let's go over back to Twitter. I have a draft of it built out. I'm going to working on it. Okay. I have unsent. I don't know what that is really. I thought this was going to work on here, but I guess not. Drafts. I should have it in here. I don't know why it's not working, but I'm going to work on that right now while we're talking. Okay, I'm gonna try and talk us through it. I have to do it from my phone because my desktop is not liking it for some reason, which I don't exactly understand why. But I'm going to work on it here while we are talking. So I'm going to try and answer some questions as we go. But we will talk about mock draft. Gilbert Arenas' son, Elijah Arenas, is going to be something special. I bet this is a great example. I've been watching Elijah Arenas for a long time. So he's someone who a couple of years from now, when it's his draft cycle, like I'm going to have a lot of background information, background knowledge on. And part of this because he's the son of a former NBA player. So the exposure is a little bit higher. It's easier to get access to some of his games as well, just because of that. Dan Cheston says, I will subscribe if you turn off the annoying background music. How about we find a healthy medium? Some people like it. I'll turn it down a little bit for you, Dan. Hopefully you can subscribe then. That would be absolutely fantastic. It would feel really awesome. The draft is in New York. Air Up says, how can we watch the draft? It is on TV. Brian says, I agree. That's what brought me back. Want to give my teenage boys a little bit of the same experience. Mateo says, how probable is KD booked to Houston prediction? Hard to say at this point in time, to be honest. I don't want to just blow smoke and say, well, it's this percentage, because honestly, it's a really big question right now. Really, really big question. But I'm very, very fascinated with how it's going to play out. Let me pull up my big board so you guys have something to look at. I'm going to hover with this like 20 through 40 range here so you guys can look at this for a little bit, because I've been mostly looking at the higher spots. So take a look at 20 through 40 for a little bit while I'm working on this mock here for you guys. So I want this to get posted on YouTube or up on Twitter, because I should have had this ready earlier. So that's my bad. I apologize for that, guys. But it's been a busy day for me getting my hair cut and everything. So I know it doesn't sound too busy, and it's really not, honestly, but it's about as busy as I could have been today. So I am trying my best here, but we are still working. And I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If you guys are, make sure to leave a like and subscribe as well. Really appreciate you guys. You guys have been absolutely killing it this cycle. You've been absolutely fantastic all draft cycle long. So if you've been around for one video, if you've been around for 20 videos, if you've been around for 100 videos, I really appreciate you guys and all the continued support you've shown me this year and all the other years too, especially for those who've been around for a long while now at this point in time. It just really does mean a lot to have your support. So really thank you a lot, you guys. I'm getting close to having this mock draft ready to post on Twitter. So again, if you don't follow us on Twitter quite yet, make sure to go do so. Link is in the description for that if you aren't following already. I'm at pick 48 on this mock now, so I'm getting really close to the end already. So it'll just be a little bit longer until I can actually functionally think and speak at the same time. It's kind of hard to be tweeting and thinking and talking all at once, because I'm a man and I'm not capable of multitasking. All right, I'm really close to having it posted. So just a little bit of work to do to get it where I want it, so it looks pleasing visually, because that is important to me. Probably not to anybody else, but to me it is. Let me know what you guys think on my board, by the way. I'm very curious. It's always fun posting my final end of the year big board. It's probably my favorite video to actually post, because it's my final concluded thoughts. It feels very rewarding to post. And the comments are always fun too. I love hearing what you guys have to think and share. So let me know right now down in the comments section what you guys like, what you guys don't like about my board. Obviously, even though I spend a lot of time, it doesn't mean I'm going to be right about everything. That's the fun thing about drafting, is you can watch so much film. You can feel like you know everything about a player, but you don't know where they're going to go. You don't know how their career is going to really play out, because it's so difficult to project. And that's the difficult thing about scouting. It's the difficult thing about evaluation. You're taking what you've seen and trying to apply it to what might happen. And that's very, very challenging. So even when I feel very confident, I could still be very wrong. So that's what makes the entire process fun. But I'm very excited for this mock draft to post. That way we can talk through it here in the live stream. I hope you guys do enjoy it as well. Once we get to that section of the live stream here, it'll just be a second. I'm working on just the formatting right now. I'm on pick 36 formatting wise. So we're getting there. We are very, very close. So there's a few teams that I think are very well positioned on draft night this year. There are a few teams that are less so positioned, but we will hopefully see the benefit for everybody given that situation. So teams, I mean, that's the beautiful thing. It takes one great decision for teams to fix a lot of their flaws. So if teams who draft well, teams who find and evaluate talent well, they always have an advantage. That's it's kind of obvious to say, but it is super important to think about it that way. DJ Hammer says, hey, that's me on the screen. Shout out to you, DJ Hammer. I'm sure I was part of Twitter. Shout out to everyone who is following on Twitter. I'm going to back up quick, see if there's any more follows. Shout out to all of you guys. Drisk, look at that. Go answer this question, by the way, on Twitter. Who do you want your favorite team to draft? Go try and manifest that right now. Drisk here saying Reed Sheppard. Shout out to that. And here, thank you to Bryce for the follow. Thank you for Rock to the follow, as well as, again, Brian. Thank you again for your guys' continued support over there. We are near 2,300 followers over on Twitter, so shout out to you guys. for all of that. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Bronny Jr. at 14 strictly for more televised Blazers games. I mean, we should be taking next year anyways. That's funny, Zach, talking about the Blazers. Trying to get on national TV. Adam says, thank you for answering my question earlier. I really value your insight. Of course, no problem. I love having you guys in here. The Mike here says, look at Sheldon, so inspirational. Even with technical difficulties, this man finds a way to provide quality content. To be honest, I'm just slacking. I should have had this ready to go. I should have just had this ready to post. My life's been a little bit of a blur. This week's been crazy busy. It's my birthday. I've got some big plans later this week. So a lot of stuff going on. You guys will see some of that information later. So I'm very excited about that myself. But you never know what's going to actually happen. A lot of crazy stuff. But very close to being able to post this now. So it's like T-minus 4 seconds away. So we are getting very, very close. I'm formatting right now. This is my final mock draft is now getting tweeted as we currently speak. So it'll be up there in a second, and we will talk about it live. Zach says, not sure if you've spoken about this already, but what do you see Indy doing with their 3 seconds? Definitely can't take in 3. Yeah, they can't take in 3 rook. I think so. Really, there's 2 trains of thought. It's either trade up into the first with 2 or 3 of those picks, or trade out of this draft completely with those assets. And that's difficult, right? It's hard to do that. But because what teams are trying to trade into the second round this year, we'll see. I mean, maybe this year with a 2-day draft, it's a little bit different. Maybe there's more movement, maybe more flexibility, maybe more teams are looking for assets like this second round draft this year. But I think that moving up with the Spurs at 30 is a real possibility. I know I've talked about that in a couple of videos, or trading out into a future draft are really just the 2 options. I just, like you're saying, I can't see them taking 3 guys. We'll see. Brandon S. says, what assets do you think the Pistons should be going after this offseason, as that looks to be the plan? I don't think they should be going after assets. I think they should go get winning players. So, DJ says, who do you think will be the biggest fall in reach? I think the Spurs will reach big. They kind of have a tracker. They have done that, like Primo a few years ago. That was terrible. Biggest fall, maybe Dillingham or Ron Holland, one of those 2 guys. Buzelis could maybe have a little bit of a fall that people aren't foreseeing. We'll see. But let's go take a look at my final mock. Shout out to Edwin Hernandez for the follow. Shout out to you, and shout out to Mateus as well for the follow. Shout out to Sam for the follow as well. And here is my final mock draft. So let's talk through it here as we go. I don't know why that's a thing, but okay. Pick number 1, I have the Atlanta Hawks selecting Zachary Risacher from Jalbourg, France. Obviously a LNB Pro A player. Shot the ball really well this season. Shot over 39% from 3. Projects to be a good 3-point shooter and a really talented 3-and-D wing. So Atlanta gets a valuable player, a valuable asset. The Wizards take Alex Sarr, number 2 overall. I feel like that is a foregone conclusion. The Rockets take Reed Sheppard 3rd overall. The Spurs take Stephon Castle 4th overall. And the Pistons take Matas Buzelis 5th overall. At number 6, the Memphis Grizzlies select Donovan Clingan after trading up with the Charlotte Hornets. That would be centered around the Grizzlies 2025 first-round pick being included in this to move up. Maybe a few other fine details are in there as well. Number 7, the Blazers get Dalton Connect. The Spurs get Rob Dillingham at number 8, so they walk away with Castle and Dillingham in this mock. The Hornets at number 9 take Cody Williams from Colorado. Number 10, the Utah Jazz select Nikola Topic. And at 11, the Chicago Bulls take an upside swing. After trading for Josh Giddey, they look for a wing who can cut with dynamic athleticism in Ron Holland, who can make defensive plays as well. Would be really, really strong. Nice. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. I don't want to click that. Oklahoma at number 12, OKC takes Tidjane Salaün from France, played for Cholet in the LNB Pro A League. The Kings take Devin Carter at 13. I really like that fit for them. I think he would be a really good player for them in that situation. Portland gets Khalil Ware at number 14. Remember, he started his college career in Oregon. Now he returns to Oregon to play for the Blazers. 15, the Miami Heat would select Tristan da Silva to address their front court. Obviously, one of their big questions is Caleb Martin. 16, the 76ers select Jared McCain. And at number 17, the LA Lakers select Zach Edey. Would you try to sign him away from Chicago? I mean, for a decent price. George, I'm glad you appreciated the board, by the way. A lot of work goes into it. I spent a lot of time thinking about how I wanted to present that. Last year was the first year of that board, kind of being visualized in that way. And then I made some improvements and adjustments on it this year a little bit. It seems like a big success. It seems like a lot of people want it. I hope that it becomes the standard way people do boards, because the normal numbering, the tiering systems, I think are just kind of lazy. I don't want to say lazy. That makes it sound bad. It's hard to fully understand how someone feels about a player based on a numeric ranking. Okay. Whereas having like the visualized ceiling, floor, range, that kind of thing, I think is just more visually appealing to begin with. Secondly, it paints a better picture on how someone actually thinks about a certain prospect. Dakilla here says, thank you for providing real analysis. Was watching ESPN earlier. It was mostly shallow, vague, and unintelligent conversation. Well, Dakilla, I'm glad you're here. The only reason I started my stream so late today, you guys know typically I'd be started right in the morning. I had to go get a fresh haircut today. Not sure even how I feel about it yet, but I'm happy with it. It's all right. I was with my girlfriend too. She was getting her hair dyed and everything. So it was a long day. Long day at the salon, but it ended up working out. Pathora says, my guess is Bronny doesn't get drafted day one, so casuals watch day two. Is Bronny James just a pawn in the system to get them to watch TV on day two of the draft? We'll see. Anyway, continuing on with the mock here. Let's keep rolling. I want to thank you for the birthday wishes, by the way. It was yesterday, so I appreciate that a lot. Brock says, do you think Omax Prosper can be a key rotational player next year for the Mavs? Maybe a back end of the rotation. I'm not sure about key rotational player. I think he's got a little bit more time to go. Ron Holland's game is different, but he's got a lot of downhill force. That's what I like the most about him, for sure. Definitely like that. Thunder fan here, isn't Salon just Usman? Very different players. Usman Jang was a point forward in the NBL, and Salon is like a true power forward. I think they're very, very different. Similar physical traits, but I think very different skills, and the way that they play is very different. Melverk says, Sheldon, you are a legend. You deserve to be at the draft commentating. That would be fantastic. Maybe that's a long-term goal. We'll see. But anyway, pick number 18 in my mock, I have Jacoby Walter going to Orlando. Like I said earlier, I think Jacoby Walter is a lock to be in this top 20. I think this is like the absolute floor for him here at Cleveland. 19, I have Bub Carrington going to the Toronto Raptors. 20, I have the Cavaliers selecting Johnny Furphy. 21, I have the New Orleans Pelicans selecting Deron Holmes II. I think that is a phenomenal fit. I think his ability to roll or pop would be really dynamic there with someone like Zion Williamson. 22, I have the Phoenix Suns selecting Tyler Kolek. I think he would just be really, really respectably solid there. And remember, this is part of this is mocking what I think will happen, not necessarily what I would do. Like this Deron Holmes pick is something I would probably do. This Carlton Carrington pick might be something I would do. But it doesn't mean that all of these are. Like Kolek is something I probably wouldn't do if I was Phoenix, but I could see them doing it. So that's the most important thing when I'm mocking. And like sometimes throughout the year, people leave comments saying, why would they do this? Or you really think this guy's, I'm like, no, I don't think that, but I think that this team would take that guy. So like one of the funniest things was 2020 draft. I continued to mock Killian Hayes 7th overall to Detroit. I hated Killian Hayes as a prospect. I thought he was terrible. I saw some of the upside. I understood some of the appeal, especially defensively, but I just didn't like him as a player myself. And I would never have drafted him in the lottery. But Detroit did. So I was ultimately right in my mock drafts, even though I didn't like him myself as a player. So it's important to remember the difference between those two things. Milwaukee, I have at 23 getting Kyle Filipowski. This is like the hardest spot to mock, in my opinion. 23 is like really difficult. And finding a Filipowski spot's really difficult because like I think unanimously most people will agree he's a first-round level player in this draft. But who is the team that takes him? That's the question for me. At 24, I have the Knicks trading out, which is funny because I had that prior to the to the trade for Mikal Bridges, but now even more so, I think this makes a lot of sense. And then ultimately, Tyler Smith makes a good deal of sense for the Thunder. They've worked him out. I know he's been in their building. I would not put this past OKC to walk out of the draft with Salon and Tyler Smith. I think it's pretty solid. The Knicks then at 25, I have them keeping this pick because I couldn't find another trade for them, but it would be for Ryan Dunn, which would be a long-term development pick, which I think makes sense given the fact they don't really have minutes to hand out anyway. Dunn would be in Westchester to begin his career, spend probably a year or two there before finding actual NBA minutes in New York. 26, I have the Wizards selecting Isaiah Collier. This is an upside swing. He's got a phenomenal first step. Would really like him there. And 27, this is one of the best fits. Baylor Shireman to Minnesota would just be absolutely tremendous. He's a really good basketball player. They could find a lot of different ways to use him. I think he would be really, really good there for sure. So Volcano wants to know what I think of Edie's ceiling. We will talk about that in just a second. 28 through 30, Adem Bona, Yves Missi, and Paco Dadier are how the first round would wrap up to me. I think one of the big questions here, Yves Missi, will he go higher or will he go lower than I think like this is like the floor for him. I think Utah would like talent grab him here at 29, upside grab him more so for Ainge, the way he drafts. But I think like really Utah, like Yves Missi could be really in play here at 21 to New Orleans. I could see him in play for 19 at Toronto. For Toronto at 19, I mean. Aaron says, rank the following in terms of personal enjoyment: finals, draft, trade deadline, free agency. That's a great question. So there are a couple different ways to answer it. From an actual watching standpoint, the finals is the best because it's real basketball. It's like actually playing sports. Which I love. I just love watching basketball. So the finals are number one for me in terms of like watching and enjoying. But from content creation standpoint, like there's nothing better than draft streams and trade deadline streams. And free agent, like they're all great. They are all fantastic. So making content, it's so fun having like the draft and the trade deadline. And obviously you guys know how much time I spend to master those things and to be ready to talk about them for hours and hours and hours. It's crazy. I've been talking for 2 hours already, and it feels like it's been like 15 minutes because it just flies by. It's insane to me how fast this time goes. But, I love all four of these things. The finals are so fun to watch that I'd have to rank them first. But everything else is, top notch as well. Iceman says, if we sign Clay in free agency and draft Edie, I'll be happy with that for Orlando. That would be great. Orlando getting Klay Thompson would be terrifyingly good, honestly. Would be terrifyingly good. So, but that's been my first round mock. Let's go back to my board because there was a question about Zach Edey's ceiling, and I want to answer it. Shout out to Jacob for the follow. Shout out to you as well, Link Biscuits, for that. Shout out to Finn for the follow. Shout out to Lucas Todd for the follow. And shout out to Dustin James as well for the follow. Really appreciate you guys a ton. I'm going to, let me pin this on the profile here. Pin. Here we go. So here is my draft board again. Let's go look at Zach Edey. You can see with him, I have a very kind of central floor ceiling. His floor goes into like high-end role player, like top-end bench big man. And his ceiling is a good starter, basically. Because I think he's just going to be a good player. I know people, there's this discussion about boom or bust or how is he going to fit. And they're going to look at the post play and say, is that going to work in the NBA? He's going to be an elite screen and roll big. He's going to be a really, really good screen and roller. So there's a lot of value to that. And I think that's going to be the first and foremost, most important element of his game. So keep that in mind when you evaluate him, when you watch him. Like, it's not about posting up, it's about screening and rolling. So make sure you guys are subscribed, by the way. We're at 26,517 subscribers. I'm sure a lot of you that are watching right now are not subscribed yet. If you've enjoyed the content, if you like what you see here so far, you enjoy my analysis on hoops, hit that subscribe button. It's completely free to you, and it helps me out a lot. Obviously, growing the channel is at the forefront of my concerns. So would love for you guys to stick around for sure. Link Biscuit says, what did he think Spurs would trade for pick 30? I missed it. Let's go back to that link. Glad I can address that. So in my tweet here, this ultimately, all of this comes from my final mock draft on the channel. So if you want more explanation, if you want a little bit more time, you can watch that video as well. But ultimately, what would be traded here is pick 35, which if we scroll, I don't know why this is being so difficult. I don't know why it's not letting me scroll. All right, let me go into here into replies, and I'll be able to get to it. Did it not post? I don't know. All right, well, it's being difficult. But anyway, you traded pick 35 and pick 48 for pick 30 for the Spurs. So, and then you get Paco Mdadie, which I think is pretty solid. Iceman here says Nikola Topic is going to slide. I have him going 10th today to the Utah Jazz, which compared to where he was at the beginning of the year or through part of the year, that is a little bit of a slide. At one point, he was in conversation for the number 1 pick. That has clearly cooled off completely, and his injuries have definitely played into that a bit as well. JNCTN wants to know if I can talk about some Paul George discourse. Definitely can. Chrissy, shout out to you in here as well. So let's go over to Twitter and let's just look up Paul George. I'm sure this is a trending topic right now. Yeah, so here we go. The Warriors are prepared. This is according to Windhorst ESPN. So Brian Windhorst. The Warriors are prepared to offer Paul George a 4-year max deal. Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max, and there are a number of teams out there, I'm told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. So, I don't know, man. Paul George, in theory, is such a good player. Like, he's so smooth. He fits around any kind of talent because he can shoot, dribble, and pass. He's such a good player. But the reality is he's 34 years old. He hasn't been great the last couple of playoffs. Like, he's the 3rd best player there in the Clippers roster. I think if the Clippers can turn around and get some real value for him, it would not be terrible. I think the Clippers with Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, if they get the right pieces back, could turn this ship around in a way that maybe makes sense going into next season still without having to like completely bottom out or completely sell off their current star players. Like, this isn't terrible for the Clippers if something happens with Paul George. We'll see. Klay Thompson would be tremendous with the Clippers. His shooting, his gravity, I think would be really fantastic as well. So we'll see what happens, but it'll be interesting. Brandon S. says, sounds like Santi Aldama might be part of the package for Memphis to move up. Would love him on the Pistons, and trading back hopefully means they take Williams or Connect instead. Dude, Santi Aldama is a good player. I think really underrated. Like, he's like a near 7-footer, like almost a real 7-footer who's a wing. Like that, he's really unique. He's not a center. He's not like a big. He's not really a true even power forward. He's just kind of like a Swiss Army knife. Just does a little bit of everything. He's like talking about positionless. He's positionless, which is why I'm labeling him as a wing, because positionless really means you're not a point guard. You're not a big man, but he does a lot of nice things. He cuts well. He rebounds decently well. He can block shots. He's athletic, mobile. Like, he's just really unique. If a team could walk away with Santi Aldama, I think it would be a really, really good pickup. Steelers for Life says, what's the most realistic move for the Thunder this draft? Move up, down, it's unrealistic, but Sarr next to Chet. Dude, if the Thunder can move all the way up to 1 to get Alex Sarr, they should do it. Like, he would be so fun there next to Chet Holmgren. Really, really fun. Maki here says, can someone tell me when does it start, please? I'm from Europe. It starts in 2.5 hours, Maki, so I hope that helps. Just take your current time, add 2.5 hours to it, and that's the start of the NBA draft, roughly. Will here says, was that article written by AI up the coast in Golden State? I don't even know. I'm not sure who wrote it. I'm not sure what's even going on, to be honest with you. It is just what it is. Dylan here says, Nikola Jurisic. Let's go look at Jurisic on my board quickly. I think Jurisic is a very interesting prospect to talk about. I do like Jurisic's game a lot. I can't find my post. Here we go. Sometimes I'm useless, guys. I don't even know what the heck's going on half the time. I swear. Jurisic, I had him ranked 39. So I did have 2 guys tied at 38 because I wanted to talk about 61 players on my board. So Jurisic, I have ranked at 39. I think he's got real upside to play into. The question I have for him, is he reliable enough as a shot maker? Is he reliable enough as a scorer? Is he reliable enough as an off-ball player? And then offensively, too, he's a little turnover prone. His play style maybe isn't the cleanest fit with other guys. Now, he had a decent combine for himself. For me, I think he's going to factor into like being like a 9th or 10th guy on a team. He's got decent size. He's got decent athleticism. If his shot comes around, he could blow past this. But I think that's the biggest question from now. Or for Jurisic right now. But I like the upside. Like, he's a very intriguing player. Kind of has reminded me a little bit of Leandro Bolmaro, who obviously did not work in the league. Leandro Bolmaro ended up being this type of player down here, fringe roster spot out of the league kind of guy. But Jurisic, I think, has a little bit more juice, a little bit more to upside to work with. And part of that's his size, part of that's his strength, physicality, just a little bit more reliable in some ways like that. Ramp here says, is Bronny better than Scottie Pippen Jr.? Yes, I think so. And part of it's play style. Scottie Pippen Jr., very talented. Thinking back to his college days, like, could really make reads of the pick and roll, can handle the ball. But the issue is once you get to the NBA and that's your skill set, you have to be so good to be afforded or allotted that type of role. Someone like Bronny James, I think, is a little cleaner fit because he's going to be good without the ball. He's going to be functional in ways that not everyone is. So that's where the value is. So I think Bronny will be better than Scottie Pippen Jr. Talon says, who do you think is the best shooter in the draft? I'm in the Connect camp. I'm going to say it's Reed Sheppard. Blank, he shot over 50% from three. And he did the catch, did it with some real deep range, did it from all over the floor, top of the key, wings, a little bit in the corners. Like, he's just really good at shooting. And that's not a shot at Connect because his movement shooting, I think he's probably the best movement shooter in the draft. There's a difference between those two things. Like, standstill, I think Reed Sheppard is a laser. Standstill, Connect will miss more standstill threes, in my opinion. But that's not a shot at Connect. Both of them are fantastic, and there's a reason both of them will go in the lottery. Eli here says Dylan Jones is widely underrated. So I like Dylan Jones too. I have him 43rd on my board, which probably kind of fits your narrative that he's underrated. The one thing that I have an issue with, Eli, and to justify my rationale on that a little bit, even though Dylan Jones, like, physically, there's a lot to like. He's got a huge frame. He's strong. Was really productive at Weber State from a rebounding standpoint. He's 6'4.5" without shoes on, and his primary skill set is primary shot creation off the dribble for himself. And when we're talking about fitting around other players, again, what team is going to give him that kind of opportunity? It's kind of similar to Talen Horton-Tucker. Now, I don't think that's a great comp for him because they're very different players. But Talen Horton-Tucker, when he has the ball in his hands, he's capable of putting up numbers, but what team is confidently or comfortably going to give him a lot of opportunity to do that? It's been Utah. The Lakers did it a little bit, but Talen Horton-Tucker hasn't been a home run player in the NBA. And I think Dylan Jones, even though I think he's capable of putting up numbers, capable of being productive and effective in spots, there's also the reality that he's not going to be given or afforded the role that he needs to really reach who he can be as a player. And I think that's the biggest problem I see with him adjusting to the NBA. When is NBA draft UK time? Let me look. What time is it in the UK now? It is 10:43 in the UK now, so 6 hours. Okay, so we are looking at 1 in the morning, I think, roughly. Yeah, maybe 1 in the morning. Yeah, I think 1 in the morning. UK time is the start of the NBA draft. Shout out to everyone here. Oh yeah, Cody Massey saying 1 a.m. Okay. South Africa start time is 2 a.m. Okay, fantastic. Abdul says Bryce is getting drafted by the Celtics, by the way. Bryce. Who are you talking about? I might be missing it. Bryce. I don't know if you mean Bronny. Maybe he's thinking Bryce James. I don't even know. Basketball guy says, any big name trades tonight or just role players? Man, that's the big question. Like, does something crazy with Brandon Ingram happen? Tonight's going to be insane. I'm literally so excited for it. I can't lie. I'm literally so excited. So, I'm not exactly sure who's going to get moved tonight or not. Hassle-free says, I can't see Carter falling to 13. So that was one of the hardest things in my mock. That's a great question, too, surrounding pick number 13 and just the situation in general for that. Like, the reason I have Carter falling to 13 is because I have San Antonio going Dillingham at 8. Like, this could very easily be Carter here at 8 for instead of Dillingham, and then, like, that's what would cause the Dillingham slide. So, like, I might have one pick wrong in the top 8, but it would have massive impacts on the rest of my board. Like, and I'm not saying I'm right about the top 7 for sure or anything. I'm just saying, like, if I'm wrong about Dillingham here, that's probably where Carter goes, and then from there, like, everything else just kind of falls into place completely differently, which would be really, really crazy. So we'll see what happens. But Shout out to Sacramento Kings fan for the follow over on Twitter. Shout out to Shakir Walkaway as well. Shout out to Melverk for the follow. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Over 2,300 followers now on Twitter. You guys are absolutely killing that. Look at that. That is insane. Shout out to each and every one of you. Zach Edey getting drafted by the Spurs. I would be very surprised. Very surprised. Brawny pick 44 says Jolt. Tony says, do you have a player you believe in that is outside of the consensus? Yes, I've got two of them. One of them is a player I think a lot of people like in Baylor Shireman. I have him 12th on my board. And at number 13 is AJ Mitchell, a guy who more people are very skeptical on seemingly. A lot of people I've seen, I don't really go out and look for big boards. I don't go out and look for mock drafts or anything. 97% of my material, my content is solely from my perspective. Because I don't think there's a lot of value in me looking at other mocks. I don't think there's a lot of value in me looking at other big boards. I want it to be my content, my thoughts exclusively. Now, I do see things, of course, on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram. You can't help but hear other people's opinions on certain players. And I have seen that most people are not high on AJ Mitchell, which I'm surprised by. I think AJ Mitchell's a really good player. I have him 13th, which is very, very different than the consensus, if I had to guess. So, Captain Obvious says, Sheldon, what undrafted player from this draft do you think will surprise the league? Well, that's the hard thing. There's if someone goes undrafted, first of all, if it's someone who I think is going to surprise everyone, it would be someone who I probably have ranked pretty high, which means I don't expect them to be an undrafted player. I mean, like, if Trenton Flowers went undrafted or if KJ Simpson went undrafted, I think they would stand out pretty well. Someone like Tristan Newton, if he goes undrafted, I think he could be like a really valuable pickup for a team. Yeah, like Ulrich Chomchi, if he went undrafted, like the ceiling is there if he lands in a two-way or something, that over time he could really, really find himself. Iceman says, so little love for Isaiah Collier, going to be one of the steals of the draft. I am very skeptical of Isaiah Collier. I finished 28th on my board with him. So he's got upside. I love his first step. I love his playmaking vision. I love his feel as a passer, as a downhill driving kick guy. I think those are all tremendous things. What I don't love is his shot diet. I don't love the speed at which he plays the game. And you might say, wait a minute, I just thought you said you loved his first step. I do. When he catches and bursts, he's unbelievable. When he's off the dribble and makes up his mind he's going to get downhill, he's incredible. The issue is he catches the ball and holds it. So for him to play that style in the NBA, he's going to have to be a top 1 or 2 player on your team. Do I believe he has that type of upside? No. So I think, like, to be honest, out of everyone, I think Isaiah Collier out of all these players might have the worst rookie season because he's a smaller guard. He's very reliant on rim finishing, especially below the rim finishing. I think adjusting to the NBA game is going to be a real challenge for him. I like his skill set. I like the upside, but the downsides are very, very real as well. And that is someone who is not a reliable player. So we'll see what happens. I'm skeptical. I'm doubtful. We'll also see what happens with Ryan Dunn. Because if you look at everybody else, like this is one of my favorite things. This is what I love about this board so much is like, if you can tell how unsure I am on Ryan Dunn, like it's this graphic right here. Because I'm like, holy cow, I don't know. Like part of me thinks Ryan Dunn could be really good and a real stopper and blossom into this elite defensive player in the NBA, which I think he's very capable of becoming. But then I remember there's an offensive side of the floor, and he's not good offensively. So I've got questions, I've got concerns, but I feel pretty decent with him being 30th. Yes, Chomchi is in the draft. Yes. Yeah, AJ Mitchell is so good. AJ Mitchell is a beast. Yeah, like Makai, yes, you're right. Jurisic did drop 30 points against Nikola Topic's team. They also lost by 30 points. So that's one of the big questions. So, does his play style with him being a lead guard ever win? Maybe not. So how does he fit as an off-ball guard? That kind of thing is a big question. Elite TV says, I think Bronny's a starter in the ceiling. Perhaps. I mean, I don't know. I'm a little bit more skeptical. I have him as a possible top 8 role player where he's like maybe near starting level caliber. So we'll see what happens there. And one guy who I have that same kind of feeling about is Terrence Shannon Jr., who maybe doesn't work out. We'll see. A11 Gravy says, salute to Utility Sports. Appreciate you, man. Glad to have you in here. Mr. Arky says, how many hours left for the official draft night? We are 2 hours away, essentially, from the NBA draft. We are 2 hours away, so I'm extremely excited. Extremely excited. For some reason, these failed to send. Let me try this again. I don't know why those won't send. But we are 2 hours away from the draft. Deron Holmes, I think, is underrated, yeah. Basketball guy says, everyone talking about Reed and Rob. What about Reeves and Edwards, the other two Kentucky guards, what I've seen, second-round picks? So Edwards I have as my 33rd best player in this year's draft. I think there's a little bit of a gap between him and Tyler Kolek. I think for Edwards, there's a lot of perceived upside. There's a lot of tools to work with. It's just the question for me is, how does he put those tools to work? How does he put them together to become a functional NBA wing? And the issue is, if you're a well-rounded player like Justin Edwards, I think perceivably can become, you need to, like, what's his elite skill that's going to get him on the floor or make him super functionally useful for a coach? And I think that is a big question. And then for Antonio Reeves, I have him at 49. I like his shooting. The rest is kind of a big question. The shooting is what I think could get him on the floor in the NBA if things go right. Eli says, your board is amazing, beautifully made and understood. Makes too much sense. I'm glad you guys like it. I think it should be the future of how boards look, because it's just very clear. Like, you look at this about what I feel about Alex Sarr, and you're able to tell exactly what I think. So I hope that this type of board catches on, because it shows what potential I believe the guy has, what like kind of floor I think the player has, and it's super, super easy to understand what I believe about a player. Here I have a question about seeing my my lottery. So let's talk through it again here, just so everyone can see it and be aware of it. Hugo wants to see it again, so let me see your lottery, please. If you guys want to, make sure to go follow on Twitter too. That way you'll be able to see all of the mock selections here for me from the first round. But I have Hawks with Reese Shea, Wizards with Sarr, Rockets with Sheppard. I think that's a tremendous fit. Spurs with Castle, Pistons with Buzelis, Grizzlies with Klingon. That is my top six. The Grizzlies trade up with the Hornets. The Grizzlies would send a 2025 first rounder with like a top 10 protection out to Charlotte in that type of trade. Then at 7, I have the Blazers taking Dalton Knecht, who I know worked out there. They like him quite a bit from my understanding, from what I'm told. The Spurs at 8, Rob Dillingham is in play. The Hornets at 9, Cody Williams would be who they take in my opinion. I've heard some comments saying maybe they would take Ron Holland. Probably a toss-up. I'm thinking some type of wing with athletic traits and upside. The Jazz with Topic, and the Bulls at 11 would take Ron Holland. T here says, longtime subscriber, been here since you had Jay Nivey first on your board, praying my Pistons draft Cody tonight. Cheers. Listen, I think Jay Nivey can still live up to the hype. I still think he can. I'm a big believer in Jay Nivey. When you have a player that quick in the backcourt with that much downhill explosion, solid size, shooting touch, and deep range like he does. I know it hasn't been super consistent or reliable yet, but when he has played without Kay Cunningham, he averages over 18 points a game. There's a lot to love about Jay Nivey, and I think there's a lot to build on. Cody tonight would be awesome. So, T, thank you for the 5. I remember all your comments. Really appreciate you. So thank you a lot for that. Best in the North wants to know if Nolan Traore is the second pick in the 2025 draft. Right now, if I had to guess, he's the third pick behind Cooper Flagg and Ace Bailey. Troy here says, who do you think the Magic do with their pick? I would love for them to trade it for DeJounte Murray. I think there's a lot that makes sense. In fact, should we go on Fanspo? What do you guys think of that? Do we go cook up some trades quick? What do you guys think about that? I think we could have some fun doing some mock trades. Let's stop that screen share. Let's go pull this up over here and talk about some possible trades that we could see happen today. So we're talking about Orlando. Look at that Clippers updated logo. Love that, by the way. Shout out to them. Let's talk about the Nets and the Magic, huh? I could see these two teams working together. The Nets don't have a first in this draft. Maybe they get pick 18. And in return, what about Cam Johnson. I actually don't hate that like, is this kind of a good trade? Like, maybe a little bit more for Brooklyn to get. Like, what if Orlando also gave up pick 47? Like, something like this. Like, this isn't a bad deal, right? Like, 18 and 47 for Cam. A first rounder and a second rounder for Cam. Maybe a little bit more, right? I don't know. This is just off the top of my head. I'm just throwing. I haven't even thought this one through. So, Casey Tominaga is an interesting player. Probably will catch on a two-way somewhere, if I had to guess. Ekray says, "Did you make a board like that last year? I'd be curious to check it out." I did. Yes, I did make a board like that last year. You can go check it out. Just look up on YouTube. Look up Utility Sports Big Board, and I'm sure you'll be able to find it. Last year, it'll say something like Final Big Board or something. It'll have come out toward like June 21st or 20th or something in 2023. Draft Point, welcome. He said, "What's good, man? Thoughts on the Miami guard news seemingly leaking? Strategic leak. If they do decide to move up, I'm convinced it's Robert Carter." I think Carter is the one that makes a ton of sense for Miami. I talked about that a little bit earlier. Draft Point, shout out to you. Also, congrats on some of the growth on Twitter, man. I've been seeing that, and really happy for you. Work hard, and I always appreciate seeing some of your stuff, and I know you've been supporting on the channel for a while, so appreciate you, Draft Point, and keep up the good work, okay? Keep up the good work. Eric here says, "What player in the lottery is the most volatile and has the biggest bust potential?" Tidjon Salon, I think, fits that category decently well. I like Paco Mdadie. I think he can function as a shooter and a guy who plays off the catch well. Cadillac says, Sheldon Cook. Let's go. My dark horse of the draft says Elite TV is Jared McCain. Mr. A says, let Sheldon cook. Remember to get some sleep. I barely have enough time to sleep, guys. Barely do. Cam Johnson to the Kings would be a cool fit. That would not be bad either. That's actually a pretty good idea. There he is. I knew he would come in today. Michael Orlando. Let's get some hype for Michael down in the comment section below. I'm going to start us off with a W Michael in the comment section. Let's spam those in there because Michael deserves his W's. He comes through again. Third year in a row. Michael has hooked me up with draft day pizza. He knows that's my tradition here. Says, get yourself that draft day pizza. I can't dunk on the Knicks anymore. They've shown up big time. Go Magic. Michael, we're talking about your Magic right now on stream. I'm super glad to have you in here, my guy. Huge shout out to you. I really appreciate that again, Michael. You know how much it means to me, all your support over the years, and coming through with the big donations. 3 drafts in a row now where you've just absolutely come up clutch, and I'm definitely going to be giving Domino's a call here in the next little bit, trying to get some pizza on the way, but really appreciate you, my guy. It means a lot. Huge W's. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michael. Really do appreciate him coming through. A lot of W's, which I love to see. DeMike says, any ideas on a potential Julius Randle trade, assuming the Knicks are able to re-sign OG Anunoby? That's something I would love to just throw together Julius Randle deals. I just can't do that quite yet. I need to think about that a little bit longer before I just start throwing some on stream, because that's a big, if that happens, it's a big move. It's a big move. Love seeing all those W's come in. Michael says, love Sheldon streams. Appreciate you, my guy. So much. Pistons will take Marcus Smart in the 9th pick. It just feels weird for Memphis to do that, in my opinion, to move up 4 spots. Mason says, if you had to put a percentage on what it would be, Risa Shea going number 1, I would say 65%, 70% maybe. I feel pretty confident in it. I really do. If I was questioning it, I probably would have came out with another mock draft today. But I felt really good about my mock from Monday, and I feel like I'm right on a lot of the picks. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right on all of them, and it takes one team to switch up on something to completely throw my mock for a loop. So maybe I'm still completely wrong, but my internal confidence in my mock from Monday is really high. I'm not going to get 100%. I'm probably not even going to get 40% right, because that's how mock drafts are. It's very hard to get them right, but I feel very good about my mock draft. I feel like I have the top 5 pretty much pinned. I think my big risk is Memphis trading up to 6, but I feel really good about what I posted. So that's why I didn't come out with any more mocks. So that's why I'm not making a new live mock here. That's why I'm talking about my mock from Monday, because I feel really confident in what I posted. I feel really good about that. So Mason, great question. Jan's here says thoughts on who the Raptors select at 19. I think Bub Carrington would be at the top of their list. I also think a big man like Yves Missi could make sense. And if Zach Edey fell to 19, I think Toronto would maybe stop that fall a little bit. Cognac says, hello, welcome to the stream, Cognac. Glad to have you in here. Mackay says, who do you think is going to be the steal of the draft? Baylor Shireman and AJ Mitchell, I think, are going to be two huge steals. Stezo says, how do you feel about DeJounte to the Lakers? That's not the fit LA needs. LA doesn't need DeJounte Murray. DeJounte Murray doesn't need the Lakers. I think those two are better without each other. Elite TV says, so you think Cody Williams is the highest potential in the draft? Just curious why you think he has the highest potential. That's a good question. Let's go back and talk about that here really quick. I'll show my big board again just so everyone can see it. Let's get over to that now. And that's the benefit of this here is like, I feel like Cody has the highest potential out of everyone, but I don't have him number one on my board because I'm not sure he's going to realize that potential, and he's not maybe as safe as someone like Sarr is, who I feel pretty confident being a really good player in the league. Cody Williams, a little bit more variability, a little bit more volatility. But the reason I really like Cody for his upside, he's a 6'8" wing with a 7'1" wingspan. At Colorado, he was tasked with guarding the other team's best player rather consistently. Defensively, he makes a lot of sense with his length, size, athleticism. He has a want to. He does a good job staying involved in plays even once he's beat. And he has the length to make plays from behind, which is important. And then on the offensive end of the floor, it is very rare to find a 6'8" wing who can drive the basketball under control as a true freshman. You think about Ron Holland, some of the big positives. People love his athletic traits. I love his downhill tenacity, his force. The hard thing is when he's going downhill, he just doesn't, he's not as reliable as a playmaker, as a decision maker. And it feels like, to me, Cody Williams is just a lot more nuanced in his approach as a driver. And I think if you're looking at upside star potential, Cody Williams is the type of player that if he puts himself in advantage situations, which I think he's going to be capable of doing because of his rim volume in college, then as a result of that, having the ability to make plays, read where a double team comes from, reading the help side defense, and making passes out of that is where the upside really lies for Cody Williams. Plus, he's a really good open shot maker, ranked in the 90th plus percentile, according to Synergy, on uncontested catch and shoot shots. And you might say, okay, well, those are uncontested. That doesn't really scream star potential. But then you think about his play style, being a downhill driver, teams are going to be hesitant to close out on him because they're going to be scared of him getting to the rim. That's likely going to give him more catch and shoot open shots than other players in this draft might get, like a Zachary Sachet, like Reed Sheppard. Teams are not going to want to give Reed Sheppard open shots. Cody Williams, it feels like teams are going to willingly let him shoot open shots to try and mitigate other strengths of his game. And I think he's a good enough shooter to make those decisions pay. So that's why Cody Williams, to me, has the highest potential. The more I talk about it here, the more I'm wishing I put him number one on my board. I don't actually believe that. I do think he should be number 4. I feel very good about where I ultimately set him. But I do think the potential, if you told me 7 years from now he ended up becoming the best player in the draft, it wouldn't be completely shocking to me because, and I think this is where it's important to look at his brother J-Dub. J-Dub, after his freshman year, as he kind of grew and obviously Santa Clara became an upperclassman and really set himself apart the lottery pick in the 2022 draft, we've seen him put on muscle, put on weight, grow his game, improve his overall physical traits. Cody Williams is bigger than J-Dub. He's a little bit more athletic than J-Dub at their same ages. And I think Cody Williams, if he follows the same bodily growth trajectory, could turn into an absolutely tremendous player in the NBA. So that's where the upside, I think, comes into play here quite a bit. Eric says, why did Alex Sarr refuse to work out for the Atlanta Hawks? Concerns about what position he was going to play. And then also, I think in Washington, he's going to be a key part of building something, whereas in Atlanta, he probably would have been more of a fit-around piece, which I think for his long-term career, Sarr is looking at himself and saying, if I want to accomplish everything I want to be and think I'm capable of becoming, Washington's going to maybe give him a better runway, a better long-term opportunity to grow and develop as a player than what Atlanta was probably going to be able to afford to give him. Boom says, couldn't jump in until now. Can't wait to hear what Sheldon has to say about the Blazers. I think you guys are going to ultimately land on Dalton Connect, 7th overall tonight. Connect has a really strong range from anywhere between pick number 6 and pick number 9. The Spurs are rumored to have interest in him as well at pick 4. But given the fact that they probably have already circled Stephon Castle as their selection 4th overall, I do think that very likely we could see At number 8, maybe Dalton Knecht go if he's not off the board by number 7. But I think the Blazers will look at Knecht, his shooting, the value that could provide around Scoot Henderson, Anthony Simons, and DeAndre Ayton. And they're going to value that movement shooting. They're going to value the spacing that Knecht can provide. And he's a good player. He's 23 years old. He's an older prospect, but I think he's going to be a standout pick in this year's draft. And I think the Blazers feel comfortable with him at 7. 14 gets a little bit more questionable because there's not a lot of obvious positional needs. Now Portland just needs talent. So they could double up with another wing. They could double up with a guard. They could double up with a big man. So I have them going Khalil Ware at pick number 14. I think that's a lot harder to actually accurately project though. And it really, again, the further you get down the mock, the harder it is to project because if you're off on 1 or 2 picks, it really throws the whole thing for a loop. But I think Khalil Ware does make a good deal of sense. If this Mike Katak says Rob to the Spurs must happen, I think he'd be tremendous there. Velia says Spurs go for the UConn championship connection. That'll be hard to get. I don't know if Castle's going to make it all the way to pick 8. So, and I'm sure Klingon will not. So, Hungary says Pistons trading down for Dalton Knecht. I think that's a real risk. Lakers don't need DeJounte Murray. They need more letters. I don't know exactly what that means, but we'll continue going. Elite TV says Reece Shea is who I wanted the Rockets to get since early in the season. If the Nets pick moves up to top 4, which it did, but so has his stock. Yeah, Reece Shea would be a good fit. He shoots the ball well. Obviously, positionally makes sense with his size, length, but he probably goes off the board first overall tonight. This is the thing, and this is part of my point on Cody. He looks really slim right now, and he was still a great driver. Usually, having functional strength and a built-out, well-fleshed-out body makes you a better driver. It helps you hold your driving lane better. It helps you absorb contact better. Cody is very, very skinny right now and still was an elite driver of the basketball in college. I think if Cody Williams is able to put on more muscle, build out his body a bit in the next 2, 3, 4 years as he grows and blossoms as a player, he could be a real standout pick from tonight's draft. So I'm extremely excited. Hunter says, Utility Sport question, Charlotte Hornets draft Dalton Knecht with the 6th pick. I do think that's in play. I have them in my mock trading out of pick number 6 with the Memphis Grizzlies and then ultimately taking Cody Williams, which I would love for the Hornets. But I do think Dalton Knecht would be in play at number 6 for the Hornets. I do think that's a real possibility. Michael here says, let's go Wizards, walk away with Sarr and the point for Marquette tonight. I'm talking about Kolek. That's a real possibility. Kolek could be on the board for them at 26. Boom says, I'm cool with Knecht. Thanks, Sheldon. This draft is going to be so fascinating. Much love. You do great work, brother. I appreciate that so much, Boom. I really appreciate you being in here. Shout out to everyone sitting here watching. We got almost 600 people live, which is just incredible. And it means so much to me that you guys are choosing to be here, listening to my content, listening to me talk about basketball. And I hope you guys are feeling very fulfilled by spending time in here, getting your questions answered, and just hearing me talk about hoops. And hopefully you feel like I'm covering a wide range of topics. If you want to know something I haven't covered yet, go ahead and ask. I'm trying my best to cover all 30 teams. Obviously, some people want to know more about certain teams than others, especially draft night. There's teams at the top that have a lot more interest, obviously, from their fans, but because they're picking at the top of the draft. Ramp here wants to know, is Zach Edey underrated and Klingon overrated? No. I think Klingon is very, very good. I think Klingon deserves to be a top 6 or 7 pick for sure. And I think Edey deserves to be a top 20 pick. I think they're kind of right in the right range, honestly. Draft is in less than 2 hours now. Yep, Beckham, that is correct. It's in an hour and 50 minutes at this point in time. James wants to know who are the top shooters in this draft. So this is in no order, just off the top of my head. Reed Sheppard, who I've talked about a lot. Jared McCain, who I haven't talked about as much as I should. Dalton Knecht, again, this is no order. Dalton Knecht's probably better than Jared McCain as a shooter, but very comparable. Very comparable. They do different things. They shoot differently. Movement shooting versus standstill shooting versus range. A lot of different pull-up shooting. There's a lot of different ways to differentiate shooting. But Knecht's in there. Deron Holmes is an interesting name to list for that because he's a shooting big man, which provides different kind of value. For sure, as a shooter, that's just Reece Shea definitely belongs in that conversation. Dillingham belongs in that conversation. Furphy and Walter both have upside to become in that conversation. Walter's more of a movement shooter. Furphy's a standstill sniper. Tyler Kolek doesn't get talked about very much, but good shooter, stands still. Shireman's a great shooter. Shireman's a really good shooter. I think very underrated. Keyshawn George is an interesting shooter. We'll see if he goes in the first round tonight. I think there's a decent chance he does, but we shall see. Thank you to everyone who has been following, by the way. Shout out to King Ken. Shout out to Talon as well. Really appreciate you guys. All the support has been just tremendous. I hope you guys, again, enjoy the big board. Let's go through. Let's rattle it off real quick. I'm going to go through my big board. Number 1, Alex Sarr with all-star upside, starter floor. Reed Sheppard, all-star upside, starter floor, but most likely a high-quality starter at number 2. Number 3, I have the other Kentucky guard, Rob Dillingham. A little bit more upside perceivably, but maybe a little bit of a lower floor because of his overall frame. He's about 20 pounds lighter than Reed Sheppard. I do think defensively that's going to be a limiting factor, and then his overall size as a point guard I think is going to be a challenge too with his, kind of the passing windows he affords himself. Cody Williams, highest potential in the class in my opinion, but also a noticeably lower floor. Like if his jump shot isn't super reliable, and if he doesn't grow in his frame and put on muscle as quickly or as much as I think is possible with his frame, then maybe he's just a good starter in the NBA, which is still a good player. That's still a very good pick, a warranted top 10 pick. Reese Shea, I think, is a very safe selection. Can play off the catch really well. I don't really see him being an all-star ever. You never know. Like with the right development, he could maybe turn into one, but probably won't be one. Donovan Clingan probably won't get ever an all-star accolade. But he's probably going to be a consistent 13-point per game, 10 rebound per game guy with 1.5 to 2 blocks a night. That's an impactful winning player, which is why I have him number 6. Stephon Castle at 7. Really love his defensive upside. The big question for me is the outside perimeter shot. And is he good enough to be a true point guard versus is he a combo guard? And if he's a combo guard with a questionable jump shot, his defense and his playmaking and his winning temperament and everything he does to impact winning still makes him a starting level player, but it doesn't mean he's going to be a lock to be a high quality starter. But still, he's really good. Ron Holland, I finished with at 8. The upside is immense. He's so athletic, can get to the rim, will draw a lot of fouls. Very impressed with Ron Holland as a player. The reality, though, is the playmaking feel and some of the shortcomings will probably make him slide a little bit on draft night tonight, and then also paints him as a player who maybe has some perceivable flaws that will impact his career. I have Topic at 9, Devin Carter at 10, Dalton Knecht at 11. Baylor Shireman and AJ Mitchell are my 2, out of consensus. I really love these guys at 12 and 13. Matas Buzelis is probably one of the ones I'm lower on compared to consensus than most. I like Buzelis' game. I think there's a lot of tools to work with there. It's just about how does he put all of those tools together. And again, you guys know how I feel about power forwards. If they can't shoot as a power forward, you better be really great at other things. I don't know if Buzelis is going to be a real rim protector. He's very skinny, very slight right now. He has to put on weight. And his first step, even though he's very skinny and slight right now, he doesn't have the best first step either. So that's kind of a red flag for me, because if he does put on muscle, gets bigger, puts on extra weight, how is that going to affect his first step, which is already kind of a concern. So that's a question I have. Jared McCain, I think, just a reliable shooter. Really, really smooth career he's going to have. He's just going to be good. Deron Holmes II, Khalil Ware, Zach Edey, kind of bunched together as a trio of big men. They all do different things. I think Holmes is the most versatile offensively and defensively. Khalil Ware probably provides the best actual shot blocking, rim protection, and obviously above the rim lob finishing potential. Zach Edey provides probably the most touch and the best rim deterrence as a drop big man, which is in a lot of ways more important than even blocking shots or defensive versatility, especially throughout the regular season. Carlton Carrington, I love his pull-up game. I have him 19th. Tidjon Salon, I'm more skeptical on than others. I do question, again, it comes down to the same thing I talked about with Buzelis. Non-shooting 4 men, I just have concerns with, but he's solid. There's a lot of tools. He's long, athletic, really, really fast, really, really quick, good long speed and short speed. I do like Salon as an upside grab, but I think it's going to take a little bit for him to really realize that potential. Adem Bona, I think, is going to be a huge steal tonight. I have him 21. Jamal Shed be another huge steal. I have him at 22. Bona and Shed might even be huge steals tonight. It might be huge steals tomorrow night. We'll see where they go. But very possible first-round pick for either of them. But very possible they just go in the top end or the middle of round 2 as well tomorrow. Yves Missi will be a first-round pick. I like him kind of in that range, 23rd. Tristan Da Silva, I think, super safe pick. I think he'll be a good long-term reserve player. Come off the bench, kind of follow the career path of Kyle Anderson. Make a lot of money, impact winning, be a good player. Kyle Filipowski, the tweenerism is so interesting because you could look at it through the lens of he's not big enough to be a center. He's not good enough defensively to be a center. He doesn't, there's some shortcomings there. And then you can also look at it offensively and say, is he skilled enough to be a power forward? Is he quick enough to be a power forward? Or you could flip that and say, wow, he's really quick for a small ball center. You could also say, wow, he shoots it really well for a small ball center. You could say, wow, he playmakes really well for a small ball center. But then for a power forward, you could say, wow, he's a really big power forward. Wow, he can really rebound for a big power forward. So it's like, do you want to focus on the negatives or the positives? I think that's one of the most interesting glass half full or glass half empty discussions in this entire draft is how you feel about the tweenerism traits of Kyle Filipowski on both ends of the floor. Bobby Klitman, I like his playmaking feel. I have him 26th. 27th, I have Isaiah Crawford. 28th, this is a boomer bust prospect in my opinion. Isaiah Collier. I think he's a huge boomer bust. If he hits and I'm like way wrong on him, that would be tremendous. I hope so for his career. But at the same time, I'm skeptical about his fit around other talent in the NBA. Jacoby Walter, I think a pretty safe selection, kind of like Jordan Hawkins last year. Movement shooter, fits around other players as an off-ball scoring threat with decent length and respectable athleticism. Ryan Dunn. Have him 30, another boomer bust guy. I think if everything hits in his career, he could be one of the best, five best defenders in the world. And if everything goes wrong, he could be out of the league in like 2 years because he can't score, he can't dribble, he can't pass. So it's a big concern. As you can tell, I'm kind of skeptical of him with the overall way the board looks, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Here's the second round, or not a second round, but second round graded players essentially in this draft, starting with Johnny Furphy and ending with Reese Beekman. I'll just leave this up on the screen for a little bit. I'm not going to go through each and every one of those, but I rattle off the top 30. The Shy, in my last mock draft, I have them getting Ron Holland from G League Ignite. The Best in the North says they would be a very different point guard. Castle can even be a combo guard. Yes, he can be. Sam with a side of ham says, how do you feel about the draft being split between 2 days? It'll be fun. I'm interested to see how it goes. One thing I do have a problem with, why does the draft start tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time? I thought one of the big positives of this was going to be the fact that they could build hype for the second day of the draft. I thought it would be really great if they started tomorrow's pre-draft show with a highlight reel of Nick Claxton, Draymond Green, Chris Middleton, all of these great second-round players who have had fantastic careers. Start with kind of like an open music video showing these guys making shots in the finals or making winning plays, blocking shots, rebounding the ball, making key plays for their teams. And you could build the hype for the second round and say, look, I know the narrative right now is that the second round doesn't really matter that much. People joke about second round picks. People don't think the second round matters. We're going to show you it does. But then they went around and made the draft start at 4 p.m. Eastern time on a weekday. So guess what? People are going to be at work. They're not even going to be able to watch the draft. Seems like they're just taking a piss on it, to be honest. And I hate to say that. I thought the NBA was going to show people that the second round mattered, and then they scheduled the draft for the middle of the day. Don't understand it. Don't understand it at all. I think it was a terrible decision by the NBA. I love a 2-day draft in theory. It's going to create more trades. It's going to give teams more time to think and make logical decisions. I think this draft is going to be a great example of that, where there's going to be more draft movement. There's going to be more trading probably. I'm extremely excited for it. It's also going to be more time for reporters to get the news and share that news, which is also going to be really good and useful for me. But the NBA missed an opportunity by having the draft start tomorrow night at 7 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern time. They have it starting at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I don't understand why. Carrium says, I'm super high on AJ as well. Yahia says, when does the actual draft start? An hour and 40 minutes from now. Monty says, who do you think, Zach Edey or Khalil Ware helps win now more? I think Zach Edey would help them win now right now more, but I think Khalil Ware would be very, very comparable. Tony says, if you had to take a guard with the first pick, would you get Reed or Stephon? So, like, in a vacuum, I would take Reed because I have him higher on my board, but if I'm Atlanta, then I don't know if Reed Sheppard solves any of my problems, so. Chris here says, hope the Bucks are able to get Edey. He would be an interesting grab for them for sure. Michael says, just put my Domino's order in, folks. Free lava cakes coupon is active until 6:30. We're gonna have to get on that, Michael. I'm gonna have to look for that. League TV says, I like the explanation on why you think Williams has the highest potential. I think Matas Buzelis has the highest. Don't have enough characters to explain, but I think he has the high potential. He definitely does. Like, I like a lot of Buzelis' traits. Again, if he's able to put it together, he could really, really perform well. But I'm a little skeptical, but I understand what you're saying. Alex says, brother, who do you think would be the best player available on day 2 for the Raps at 31? You know, like, in theory, someone like AJ Mitchell could be available. Now, like, I'm gonna Alex, this is gonna be great for you. I'm gonna record a video for tomorrow morning. That after tonight, after the dust settles, after we know who went in the first round, I will record a video with the best available players, and I will talk about them at length. So stay tuned for that. Okay. Right now, I don't know who's going to go all in round 1. So it might dictate at the end of the first round, if a certain guy goes, a certain guy doesn't, it'll kind of change my feeling, my emotion about certain players. So stay tuned. Okay, Alex. I think you're going to really enjoy that video tomorrow when it does come out. Brian Pumper says that's a lot for OG, $212 million. Did he sign? Oh my gosh, he signed. Holy cow. Holy cow. Let's pull that up on Twitter. Whoa. We got signing. And this is what I expected. Let's see here. Where is this news? I need to find it. Is this Woj? Did Woj tweet it? We got news. Intends to sign a 5-year, $212 million contract to return to the New York Knicks. Deal will include a player option and a trade kicker. Wow. Oh my gosh. That was 8 minutes ago. I am slacking, guys. Holy cow. There's my thoughts. The Knicks are really good, guys. The Knicks are going to be really, really good. Shout out to Dylan for the follow over on Twitter. I did not want to. Sorry, I'm not trying to pay for premium. Wow. Dude, the Knicks are loaded. 5 years, $212 million. Brian, thank you for the 5. That is a lot for OG Anunoby. That is a lot, but they're going to be really, really good. They're going to be really good. Wow. Siwa says Ron Holland, number 1 recruit coming out of high school, 6'8", 2010, 2 steals senior year. Shooting drops him to 9. Well, it's not just shooting; it's his decision making too. It's not just shooting; it's passing feel, it's playmaking feel. It's kind of the combination of shooting and vision. So if you're not going to be an elite passer, which he doesn't project to be, is the team going to run with him having the ball in his hands all the time? No. But then the question is, okay, well, if he's not really a great shooter, then how does he function off the ball? And there's ways to do that. Like, there's ways for him to. It's way overblown. Like, you can have guys who don't shoot very well, but they need to be really good cutters. They need to be very active in other ways. I think Holland can be. So even though, like, think about it. I'm talking about a prospect right now that I'm very skeptical on his passing feel. I'm very skeptical on his shooting, and I'm still very high on him. That speaks to the strengths of his other game, in other areas of his game. That speaks to his athleticism. That speaks to his finishing. That speaks to the amount of free throws he's going to shoot in the NBA because of how aggressive he is getting to the rim. That speaks to his defensive intensity and motor. Like, I like Ron Holland a lot. There are flaws right now that make me concerned, and there's a reason I don't have him number 1 on my board. And, you know, at one point, Isaiah Collier was the number 1 high school recruit too. So that's just how it is. Out of Bounds says, my draft night prediction trade is OKC sends Ousmane Dieng, Lindy Waters in pick 12, and 3 future firsts for Jeremy Grant in pick 7. I don't think OKC will do that. I don't think Jeremy Grant is worth that at all. So, Julius Randle, Hartenstein, Pistons uniform. Yet to be seen, biased Detroit sports fan. Yet to be seen. We're going to have to monitor what I think the Knicks are such an interesting decision now, though, because they are so good. Who's the best defensive player? Are you talking in the draft? It's Alex Sarr is probably one of the more versatile. but then also Ryan Dunn projects to be very, very special defensively. The Quick Nick says, at this point, what would it cost for a team like San Antonio to get a third first-round pick in the teens? I'd love to see them get Bub Carrington in addition to 4 and 8. Well, they got a ton of future firsts. They could trade any of those. Obviously, they're probably not going to want to do that, but they could roll the dice on something like that. Maybe a far-out future one for, say, pick number 17 with the Lakers, where the Lakers get like an extra far-out asset to try and work into other deals. Could be interesting. Noah Shot says, could you see the Rockets taking Castle? Just like your name, Noah Shot, I'm going to say no shot. I don't think the Rockets will take Castle. And just a little fun play on your name there, not trying to be mean or anything. I never want to actually make anyone feel upset or anything. So just a little bit of, I'm just trying to be funny, but not serious. Don't take me serious at all. Hassle-Free T says, how do you feel about Isaiah Crawford? I feel that he's getting underrated. I see him as a quality 3-and-D guy. That is exactly what I see as well. I have him on my board, 27th. Think he'll be quality. Think he'll be good. Penelope says, I'm a huge Cavs fan. Is there any chance they will acquire a player that helps them to recreate the 3 bigs offense they have with Markkanen? No, not at pick number. Well, Filipowski has some of those traits. He's not going to be nearly as good as Markkanen, though. So not really, if I had to guess. Academy Garden says, if Thunder get Tidjane Salaam, is Ousmane Dieng traded? Ousmane Dieng might just be traded anyway, but I don't understand why people keep relating the two. Ousmane Dieng had a lot more playmaking feel, a lot more perimeter oriented game, whereas Tidjane Salaam is a little bit bigger, a little bit more athletic, and more defensive oriented in my opinion. I think both of them could still just be together in OKC. If the Thunder trade Ousmane Dieng, it's not because they're drafting Tidjane Salaam, it's because they don't believe in Ousmane Dieng's future anymore, probably. Sam Line wants to know, should the Knicks draft Kyle Filipowski? I think he would be solid there. I don't think he would get any playtime, though, for Tibbs. So, but I think his skill set would fit, is more so what I mean. Trenner Sports says, do you think Bruce Brown gets traded tonight? Very good chance that could happen. If he doesn't get traded tonight, he'll get traded at the beginning of free agency. So we will have to keep our eyes out on that for sure. We will watch for that. James here says, let's go Raptors. A lot of Raptors fans in here, which I love to see. Beckham Brown says, is a drop big or a switchable big better for hiding one bad guard defender? Switchable, for sure, is way better. The one thing I think is an issue, and teams still haven't gotten this. Teams don't understand this in the playoffs. The best thing you can do is bring the other team's worst defender up to the level of the screen, get him to switch onto your best player, but then teams work out of isolation there, and I think that is a huge problem. What you should do from that point on is make that worst defender now guard your best player in a pick and roll action or in another action. What you should hope to do is to make that player have to navigate a screen. For example, the Bucks with Damian Lillard cannot navigate screens very well. So you don't want to have him isolate against Damian Lillard because Lillard can still stay in the way and he's athletic. He's a good player. What I think you should do is test the best player's ability to not only work through certain actions defensively, but also tire him out. Hey, you want to run through a screen? You're going to do that 30 times this game. Good luck staying, keeping your endurance, having your stamina not depleted throughout the course of a game, and having your legs wear out throughout the course of a 7-game series. I think drop big is really good for a regular season. It's really hard to win with a drop big in the playoffs. And that's not, if you have a creative coach, you can figure out ways to do it. You can provide extra nail help. You can help off wings. You can have pre-rotation set to continue to sit your big at the rim, but there's also flaws in that. So I think just versatility is always super, super important. And one thing too is if you have a drop big, I think teams should be more exploratory with playing them at the level and saying, look, this isn't great for us, but I think the biggest thing, the most important thing is switching up your coverages, even if it's not perfect for your personnel. I think trying to put teams in spots where, one thing, if you go back to the Minnesota-Dallas series in the Western Conference Finals, Luka Doncic against Rudy Gobert knew every time that Gobert was likely going to be in drop coverage. And as a result, Luka, not only is it open space for Luka to work with and take, but it's also the fact that he knows it's going to be open space. He's getting to spots where he knows he's going to be open, and he knows the weaknesses in that defense before he even takes the screen. If you're switching up your coverages, switching up your looks, it's going to give you a huge advantage because teams are going to have to make reads and react instead of just taking something, knowing what's there. That's where scouting versus reading and reacting live in game is way different. It's way harder to read and react. Even the best players sometimes make mistakes in that regard. And I think if you're a smart coach, I think if you're creative, you can use drop coverage bigs who are typically often very large human beings, and you can try and blitz at the level of the screen and say, try and pass it over our 7'1" big man with a 7'8" wingspan. That's a tough thing to do. And that's something where if Zach Edey lands in the right spot as a 7'4" guy with a near 8-foot wingspan, he could be pretty special in certain regards when it comes to tipping passes, making it very tough to pass over the top of a defense. Like, there are unique things you can do. Now, it does mitigate his rim protection. It mitigates, it causes problems with his foot speed, his ability to recover in a half court. There are flaws to any kind of defensive coverage for a reason. It's impossible to be a great defensive team all the time, every possession. There's flaws to anything you decide to do. But that's why mixing up coverages and making the other team read and figure out those on the fly is very, very tough to beat, in my opinion. Douglas here says Devin Carter are going to be good. I think too. Tell Steve Harvey I don't. Question: what do you think about Brooklyn signing and trading Nick Claxton for the 9th pick, 2025 top 10 protected pick, and then Memphis throwing in Brandon Clark and Luke Kennard to make the salary work? That's a lot for Nick Claxton. I think just like 9th pick, Clark and Kennard would work. That 20. I mean, I take that back. That's a pretty good trade, honestly. I take back what I just said. I don't think, did Woj tweet anything else? I want to make sure I don't miss anything else on this. Let's go back, because obviously there was some news. So let's go look at Woj again. Okay, it's still just the same OG Anunoby news. I'm obviously a few minutes behind. But yeah, a lot of money for OG. This is going to be a 5-year contract, so $40 million a year. It's a lot of money, but he's a good player, though. He's really good. Yeah, Philly would have done that. That's a great point by Brian, too. Like, if the Knicks didn't pay him, Philly would have. So, very interesting. Inflation going crazy. Yeah, that's part of it, too. The NBA cap is ever growing. So, as a result, it's going to continue to take significant steps and strides forward. I know, I got to look at my noties. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. My bad, Bruce. My bad, Bryce. It's hard. I've been talking for 3 straight hours. My bad. Let's get those likes up. Yeah, we're at 275 likes. I'm going to refresh that right now. Let's see how many likes we're at. Currently, I'm sure you guys are absolutely killing it. Live, 285. Let's get to at least 300. We're so close. You guys can get us there. I know it. Let's get to at least 300. My bad, guys. My bad. On the delay. Chris Jones, I said, I believe Rob Dillingham or Ron Holland will be the best in this class. I like that. It's bold, but I like it. I have Dillingham 3rd. So, David Crawford says, I really hope my Spurs don't trade for Trae Young. I'd rather them either draft Castle or trade for Darius Garland. Those Hawks picks are just too valuable to give them all back to them. Definitely a good case. David says, being from Sweden, I'm interested in Bobby Klintman and Pelle Larsson. Do you have Larsson on your board? I do. I have him 59th on my board, which isn't super high, obviously, but I do think his shooting is a valued skill set. He's got respectable size. I think adjusting to the NBA physicality and the speed of the game will be a little bit of a challenge for him, especially defensively, and then offensively too. Might be a little bit of a challenge, but we'll see. Dave Davis says, reach out 33% from 3 in high school. Is this a hard red flag versus Kentucky and his low shooting count? Or has the guy just flipped it? I mean, mechanically, the guy's elite. He shot it super well during the combine. I have 0 red flags about Reed Sheppard shooting the basketball. I think he's going to be tremendous. Not Your Average 10K wants to know when the draft is. It is an hour and 26 minutes away from right now. So 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Knicks got some crazy defense. Knicks are going to be incredible. Who are your top off-ball cutters in this class? That's a great question from James. Let's go back to my board here. I think Holland has the potential to become one of those guys. Holland could be a very special off-ball cutter. I think Stephon Castle has that in his DNA too. Not necessarily just like cutting, but like working the baseline, sitting in the dunker spot. Like, he's got a really unique body type for his position, which will separate him. I think Deron Holmes II, he's not necessarily a cutter, but I think on his rolls, he's got real functionality in that way. Dalton Connect's going to be a good cutter because of his shooting. Like, teams are going to play him very high on screen, so I think he's going to naturally be able to cut to the hoop pretty unimpeded, which will be fairly beneficial. Bobby Klintman, I think, is a good cutter. I think he's very functional, especially as a corner cutter. I think, like, in the NBA, Bobby Klintman's going to stand in the corner a ton, and so will Tidjane Salon probably. These two guys have real cutting upside, which Salon could work, especially if he goes to OKC, that could work really well. For Klintman, wherever he goes, I think that could be very functional. Like Indiana in the second round could make some real sense for that. Furphy's a good cutter. Furphy's a very active cutter. He cuts quite a bit. Ryan Dunn is a good cutter. Now, the issue with Ryan Dunn, though, is teams won't guard him. So that's a good and a bad thing for his cutting, because it means that he's probably going to have a lot of open slicing lanes to the rim, but it also means that you're probably playing 4-on-5 in some capacity. So we'll see. C-Meat says, what can I be excited about as a Hawks fan with Reece Shea? You can be excited about his fit. He shoots the ball. He defends. He can attack closeouts. He's just a really good player. I would love to sit here and say he's going to be a multi-time All-Star. I would love to sit here and say he's a home run pick, best player in the class. I don't believe those things. But what I do believe is he's good. And, in a draft where there's not the Victor Wembanyama, there's not that obvious no-brainer number one pick, getting a good player, getting someone who I'm very confident will have a good long NBA career is not a bad thing. This isn't Anthony Bennett, okay? I think this draft's going to produce a lot of really quality, good players, a lot of impactful winners. This isn't the Anthony Bennett draft, okay? This draft, I think, is going to be very good. I think there's going to be a lot of talent, a lot of winning players. It's about scheme, fit, versatility, and I think for someone like Reece Shea, very clean fit around Atlanta's presumed top core, especially centered around Trae Young. Yeah, I don't. Jeremy Grant's contract is not good. I think the Knicks will figure out their center spot. I'm not worried about it, to be honest. Academy says, sure, thanks for answering. Love the content. Of course, I'm glad to answer. You had a great question, Academy, so appreciate you. Mr. J says, any prediction on what Orlando does? I've talked about Orlando a little bit. They do have cap space. Let's go back over to this hypothetical trade centered around pick number 18. They could also work something out with Atlanta, potentially, theoretically, which would be very unique and fascinating. We will see. I'm looking for if I have any news here. DJ Hammer says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how cooked are my Sixers? I don't trust Daryl Morey, man. There's a real risk, and I've been saying this for months. And people were getting mad at me the other day. There's a real risk that they walk out of this offseason with not the talent that they were hoping to get. Okay, we'll see what happens with Paul George. We'll see what happens. Like, don't rule out Zach LaVine in a salary dump. Don't rule out Zach LaVine in a salary dump. I'm going to say it one more time. Don't rule out Zach LaVine in a salary dump. Also, don't rule out Brandon Ingram. Draft Point says, thoughts on Enrique Freeman. Have seen him get some first-round hype, and he's worked out for some first-round teams. Can specifically see him go to Denver. I think he would be a good fit in Denver. I have him in, I think, 41 on my board. He was a double-double machine for Akron. He can rebound the ball. He's athletic. Can finish around the rim. He'd be a good fit with Jokic, kind of in a similar but lesser capable role than Aaron Gordon fills for them. But Denver would make some sense. I think a team like I think they have pick 44 in the second round. The Kings, maybe they either have 44 or 47 or something. The Kings would be tremendous for Enrique Freeman, I think. Brandon says, do you think Isaiah Stewart gets traded in the next year? I really don't know what, like, again, I said this earlier. You might not have been in here yet, Brandon. It's hard to know what the Pistons are going to do. Trajan Langdon's brand new to the position. It's hard to predict what a brand new guy is going to do to a team that he was external to. You think 2 months ago, he was not working for the Pistons. Now he's the lead decision maker for the Pistons. So it's hard to predict what he's going to do. What is he going to decide to do over the next year? I'm going to learn a lot from him, from what he decides to do. And I'm going to learn what he's looking to accomplish with his roster. And then from there, I can more accurately predict. I think the Pistons are one of the hardest teams to project right now. Are they going to use cap space or not? Are they going to take bad contracts and make trades? I know he said that in pressers. Just because he said that out loud doesn't mean he's actually going to do it, okay? There's a lot of questions right now. They could look to accumulate assets. They could look to try and take a step forward. That's what I think they should do. We'll see. I mean, I think Detroit's a big question right now, and I really don't have a great answer at this point in time. Danny Lewis says if Hawks getting first overall pick, either Alex Sarr or Risa Shea, it'll be Risa Shea in my opinion. Craig D says, like the stream, man. Let's see how many likes we're at now. I'm going to refresh quickly here. Over 320. You guys absolutely killed it. Let's try and get to 400. Heck, why not? We're at 700 people watching live. Really appreciated all of you guys being in here. Liberty Kimball says, with draft happening, is it less likely the Clips trade Paul George? Who do you think he plays for next season? Let's say Paul George plays for the Warriors. When there's smoke, there's fire. Why not? Let's just say it. KM Barr says, what do you think makes Salon's ceiling so much higher than Dadier's? Height and overall athleticism. I think that Salon is just a little bit more athletic, a little bit more trustworthy. Let's go back and look at some more trades here, by the way. I want to talk about the Brooklyn Nets. Let's include the Memphis Grizzlies here. This was one that was just floated a little bit ago in the comment section, but this would essentially be a sign and trade. Okay, we're just going to trade his cap hold for now to make it work. But trade the Nets. We're going to trade Zaire Williams to the Nets, and we're going to trade Jake LaRavia to the Nets, and we're going to send in this deal pick number 9, pick number 39. And we happily call it a day. Let me go back and add this. I need to throw in here this pick, top 10 protected. This is roughly what the comment earlier said, which I did initially shoot down, but then I thought about it more, and I do tentatively agree that this is roughly the type of value that should be expected or could be expected. We have to figure out. We have to change this money here a little bit too. Let me play with this a little. How much money is coming in? Oh, this would work. This is about 23. That's what his sign and trade would be. Let me modify contract, sign and trade, contract type, standard contract, 4 years. Oh, geez. Let's just do 21. 23. 25. So this would be like a 4-year, $100 million contract, something like that. Save. And trade to Grizzlies. Something like this. Would be relatively fair. Something like that. What do you guys think of that kind of trade? Let me know in the comment section below. B-Ball Mute Man says, you need some wings with that pizza. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. He hops in with Michael Orlando. You guys are feeding me dinner tonight. Shout out to you guys. You guys always make draft season so much fun. Says, do the Kings improve enough after tonight to get out of the play-in range? Yes, I think the Kings. Well, man, the West is so tough. It really depends on what they do on pick 13. I think upgrading over Harrison Barnes will be so good for them if they do. Like, I don't know how they do it. If it's just by drafting, if it's just by Harrison Barnes is just not very good. Harrison Barnes is like a solid bench player, and they've been relying on him to be like their fourth starter, and they just need to figure that out. If they get Kuzma, which I don't even love Kuzma that much, but if they get Kuzma, it's a pretty solid upgrade. It really is. Cody Evans says, glad to be a Magic fan. You definitely should be. I like the direction that they're headed right now. They are making a lot of good decisions for sure. So I appreciate all of you guys so very much. Thank you all for being in here. Mason wants to know if I think the Knicks will keep Randall. I think so. The hard thing is they're hard capped. So if they trade Randall, they have to trade him for less salary than they're paying him, which, I mean, it's possible. But we will see what happens. Draft is in an hour and 16 minutes. John Piner here says, hey, Utility Sports, how's everyone doing? Who are my Wizards getting, and who would you rather draft, Sarr or Castle if you're the Wizards? I would rather take Sarr. He is number 1 on my board this year, John, so you should be extremely excited. I feel really good about that pick for them. I think his defensive versatility is going to ring true over the early stages of his career, and then offensively, if he puts in the time, the reps, and grows his game on that offensive end of the floor, he can be really, really special. Guys, you know what to do. Meep is in here. Let's get some Meep hype in the chat right now. We haven't had this for a while. Let's get some Meep hype in the chat. I want to see everyone spamming Meep in the comment section. Let's get some hype in here for Meep. We haven't had one of these for a while, but it is good. Ramp here says, is Klingon that much better than Edey? Yes, he is. Way better passer, better screener, similar roll man, and better defender. D-Rex says, showing some love, like and subscribe, folks. Go Blazers. You guys heard D-Rex here. Everyone hit that like button. Also subscribe. If you are new to the channel, I'd really appreciate you guys sticking around here, being a part of what we do. I really do appreciate each and every one of you a lot. You guys have been absolutely killing it. I hope you enjoyed the work I've been putting in. It'll be a couple of years from now. Cadillac says, I know it's a bad contract, but if I'm the Blazers, I would take that Magic package for Grant. Yeah, the Blazers should trade Grant for anything they can really get. $32 million a year for a player who doesn't impact winning is not good. Like, this is the issue. Like, when you're justifying a contract, like, people hear me out. Like, everyone's reaction to the OG Anunoby contract is, wow, that's a lot of money. OG Anunoby is an elite two-way wing, and he's making $10 million a year more than Jeremy Grant. Like, and people are freaking out about how much OG Anunoby just got paid, 5 years, $212. I hope that puts into perspective Jeremy Grant's contract. It's not good. Don't rule out Zach LaVine in a salary dump. The Alex says, what do you think? What do you think? Who is going to get selected by the Blazers? I think Dalton Connect ultimately at number 7. Let's go back over to my big board here. Or not my big board, my mock draft. I want to share that one more time. Here is my big board if you wanted to see it real quick. But let's go over now and hop over to my mock draft. So for the Blazers at 7, I have them taking Dalton Connect. 6 overall, I have Klingon going off the board. If Klingon makes it to 7, I think the Blazers will take Klingon. But ultimately, I have Connect going at 7. And then at 14, I have the Blazers taking a center ultimately in Khalil Ware from Indiana. Philip says, what can I do to make the Grizzlies draft Edey? I started praying a week ago. I mean, Edey wouldn't be a bad fit in Memphis. He wouldn't be terrible. DJ Hammer says, I hope we get at least Patrick Williams on a good deal. I was always aware of the possibility of a salary dump. Yeah, we shall see what will happen. Patrick Billing says, do you think the Hornets take Tidjon at 6 instead of trading back with a team like the Grizzlies and still have a high chance of drafting him at 9? Seeing a lot within the last hour. They love him. I do not see I don't see Klingon making it past 7 to the Blazers. So Aaron at Lawson says Brooklyn Nets are about to blow it up. Very, very possible. Kevin Durant to Houston. I'm skeptical that that will happen. I don't think Houston should be the team trading for Kevin Durant. I think that would be bad for Houston, to be very, very honest. Unless they're not giving up any good players. But I don't even know. I just don't know. I'm not a believer. George here says, I'm curious how much your channel has grown since last year. I found it a couple months ago. Great stuff. It's grown a lot. Probably, I think this time last year, probably like 19,000 subs, 18,000 subs maybe. It's hard to exactly remember, but probably grown about 8,000 subs in 12 months or so. Actually, I can check here. Let me look. I actually remember how to check. Let's see. Last 365 days. Yeah, I gained about 7,000 subs. So about 19,000 or so a year ago, which is awesome. We got over 1.5 million views in the last 365 days, which is sweet. Super, super cool. So really, really appreciate that. David here says, who are the players from the 2025 draft class that could have been top 15 picks in this draft? Quite a few of them. Nolan Traore, Dink Pate would have been a top 15 pick this year. He was a G League Ignite guy. We'll see where he ends up playing. You also have Cooper Flagg, Ace Bailey would have been top 15 picks. Dylan Harper would have been a top 15 pick probably. So that's already 6 just off the top of my head. So Kings more likely Kuzma, Levine, or Ingram. I think Kuzma is the most likely because he is the likely cheapest to acquire. Now I know I talked about Levine as a salary dump, so you might say, well, isn't that the cheaper one? The issue is he's not actually contractually cheap, so he's an opportunity cost. If the Kings pay Zach LaVine $40-something, $50 million a year, it does hamper their roster a little bit from a team building perspective. So Kuzma is one that the contract is descending. Washington got him on a fairly team-friendly deal, a better contract than Jeremy Grant's, not even close, and Kuzma's the better player. I think that's one that makes sense. But Jeremy Grant, I think, would be in play for Sacramento too, so don't rule him out. If the Blazers draft two of the following guys with 7 and 14, then I'd be hyped as a Blazer fan. Cody Williams, Klingon, Khalil Ware, Tidjon, or Edey. As long as they don't take two centers. Claxton's good, man. Claxton's really, really good. DP says, hey, what's up, bro? Can you show us the best trade package for D'Lo away from the Lakers? Then also a realistic option, please and thank you. So I don't know what's going to happen with D'Lo. That's going to be a big question, and it's a good one. I just don't know. I think tonight's going to dictate the D'Lo market, to be honest, because if the Magic don't make a trade for a point guard, they could be in play. Like I think the best thing, DP, is come back tomorrow for my day 2 live stream, because depending on what happens tonight, it's going to open up the market and it's going to really show what point guard spots are available for certain players to go to. So we'll see. We shall see. 2025 to 2026 is the Kings season, says Brendan. Hoping for you guys. Philip keeps saying we need Edey in Memphis. We'll see. Aaron says Portland is active in the trade market. Jonathan, both Kling and Edey will be career backups. I think they're both starters. We got some meat pipe in here. Look at all the meeps. We got Craig, we got Boom, we got George, Matthew, Not Too Fam, Steven. We got a Peem in here. Whoa. We got a meep like this from John. We got Corey. We got meep from B-Ball Mute Man. A lot of meeps, guys. You guys are absolutely killing it. Moore here says, come on, Spurs. No crazy picks. Draft Point says, quick heat dump. Thoughts on Bam deal, potential Donovan Mitchell trade, and possibility of Bam at the 4. Ideal front court pairing with him. Have thoughts about Walker Kessler if he's available. Bam Adebayo needs to be a center. If anything, if you're going to get a 4, like, is Jonathan Isaac available? If Orlando's making a big trade tonight, like getting a DeJounte Murray or anything like that, you should see if you can get Jonathan Isaac in return. Probably not. Probably would be very difficult to do that. But could you imagine how good Jonathan Isaac would be in Miami next to Bam Adebayo? Oh, my goodness. Wow. Even if he's only in the court for 20 minutes a game, like those 20 minutes are going to be a fantastic, unbelievably good defense. I think, I don't think Donovan Mitchell will come to Miami. I think the biggest thing is, are they going to trade Jimmy Butler? I don't know the answer to that, to be honest with you. Tell Steve Harvey says Denny Avdia trade. Was there a trade or? Wow, what? No. Holy cow. Okay, we got to pull it up. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the donation. I got to get this up on stream right now. I hope you guys can see it. Let me go over to Woj. Oh, maybe this is a Shams thing. Shams. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Where is this news coming from? It's Woj. Why did this not refresh? Adrian Wojnarowski. Here. Why is this not refreshing for me? Here we go. Washington Wizards are trading forward Denny Avdia to the Portland Trailblazers for Malcolm Brogdon and the 14th pick tonight and a 2029 pick. Wow. A lottery first plus additional pick in 2029 and a good veteran point guard that Washington can reroute. This is close to the max. Gotten for Denny. Wow. Oh my goodness, guys. I cannot believe this. Wow. So that's very interesting. Okay. That is a very big trade. That is incredible. Alex, thank you for tagging me on that. So here's my thoughts on that. like, this is good value for Washington for Avdia. I like Avdia a lot. I really do. Old Crow says, I love the content. Believe this is my third years watching the draft with you, so they're doing a quiet time on trade news until the draft begins. Old Crow, well, we got some news here with Denny Avdia. Shout out to you in here now. I cannot believe that the Denny Avdia trade is a pretty crazy. The Blazers are sending the second most favorable of their 2029 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks as well in the deal for Avdia. Wow. That's incredible. A lot of crazy stuff. Old Crow, thank you for the 5. This is unbelievable. Denny Avdia, I was not expecting Denny to get traded. So pick 14 now belongs to the Washington Wizards, which is really exciting. My gosh. So the Wizards have picks 2, 14, and 26. The rumor about them wanting a third first rounder is clearly true. They got it. It did cost them a good player, a player who I like a lot in Denny Avdia, a versatile wing, a versatile forward who can handle, pass, dribble, shoot, does everything you want from a skilled rotational player, and he can defend pretty well too. I think this is a really good get for Portland. I like Denny Avdia's game a lot. I think he's a really, really solid player. But it's a lot to give up. You give up 2 second rounders, 2 first rounders. Yeah, wow. It's a decent amount to give up. But Avdia, I think, fits them. I think it's a good player. And it's finding a player like that on the wing, which is valuable. That's an impressive asset. That now they have pick 14. So, I like this for Washington too. Even though I really like Avdia as a player, I do. I think this is really, really solid for them. Dang, that's incredible. Wow. So this is going to be a question. Like, what is Washington? Washington's accumulating assets. I like this a lot for the Wizards, and I like this quite a bit for the Blazers. I do. I think this is a solid, fair trade. The Wizards get compensated for a very good player on a very good contract. They get a player in Brogdon who they're going to be either able to keep and utilize this year or trade. And they're probably going to trade him. I said the same thing about Tyus Jones last year, and I was wrong. But I think they're going to trade Brogdon. So you're going to get even more assets, even if it's a couple second rounders or a bad first rounder maybe. We'll see what happens with Brogdon on the market. But the Blazers save some money. I think that's very important in here as well. Presumably, they're saving a decent amount of money. Which is super important for them given their cap space situation. They're in a spot where they're going to be able to utilize Avdia. They needed more wing-sized players. They get Avdia. Very possibly they could still walk away with Dalton Connect tonight or another type of wing like Cody Williams or Ron Holland maybe. We'll see who they take. They could still take a big man at 7. Maybe that's Donovan Clingan if they're confident they're going to get him. They did give up pick number 14, but getting a sure thing in Denny Avdia, I think, makes sense for them. And for Washington, a team that was centered toward rebuilding, they're going to be able to walk away tonight with probably Alex Sarr second. They're going to get another quality player at 14, depending on who that is. We'll see. And then at 26 as well, they still have some upside to maybe take a big swing on a prospect like an Isaiah Collier, maybe Bub Carrington if he's available. We'll see who really is in the works there, but very, very impressive. Jammed, I do have my notifications on, but it's hard to be also running a stream and watching my phone the whole time. So I'm trying my best, guys. I'm trying my best. But, wow, it's incredible. What a trade. What a trade. Very, very surprised by that. Love that you guys are chatting it up, too, in there. Unlimited says, well, I'm sad. It's tough to see Denny Avdia go. I liked his future a lot. Reece Shea to fill in as new small forward if Atlanta does not take him at number 1. Possibly. I mean, Reece Shea could be in play. Part of this, though, too. Washington's confidence in like the reality here though too is like Washington probably looks at Bilal Coulibaly as one of their most essential pieces going forward. So, man, holy cow. Wow. Crazy stuff. Crazy. I'm glad you guys were all in here to see this. It was a very good deal. Very, very good trade. Let's get my actual trade grade here now that I've been able to finally think it through fully. Let's go back over to Woj. I'm still kind of wrapping my head around it. So these are my early thoughts. For the Wizards, I'm going to give it an A. And for the Blazers, I'm going to give it an A. On Avdia, flexibility, Coulibaly plus 3 picks in I think it's a pretty balanced trade, honestly. Like I don't know. I just like don't hate it at all. I really just don't. I just think it's a pretty well balanced trade, honestly. Like I don't know. The more I think about it, it's like I like it for Portland because you get a player who fits you. Like you get a player who addresses a huge need. Like one of the biggest questions I think for Portland was, do you have enough size in your front court, especially at the kind of small forward, power forward spots? Like you also save money. I should tweet that as well. I need to add that in here. It's really good. Like for Portland, it's really good for Portland. And I think, it's a little bit of a gamble for Washington. It is like anytime you're trading a proven player, even if it's not like fully proven, like it's not like Avdia's had all these playoff series or anything, but he's a solid player. Like anytime you have that player and you're able to get him for questionable draft picks, like who knows what these picks are going to become, that could turn out really, really well. But for Washington on the flip side, now you have 3 picks in this draft. There's probably someone at 14 that they feel very confident about. And they're able to probably turn around, flip Brogdon for a little bit more. They get some second rounders in there. They're really opening up their trade collection of pieces and assets to move. And they're going to target guys. Like second overall, they're going to get Sarr probably. Maybe it's Reece Sachet. Who knows what they actually think is going to happen tonight. Tonight's going to be crazy. Tonight's going to be insane. This is so awesome. They get a solid young player. Like they get someone on a very good contract. He's on a descending deal. This is really, really good. Overall, I'm very, very happy with this. Giving up a 2029 pick, it's one of 2 that they had though. They Portland already had a little bit of draft, a little bit of a draft surplus, draft pick surplus, some of their other moves. So it's the second most favorable one. So it's not the worst thing. Exactly like what BB Mute Man's saying here. It seems like a win-win. I'm surprised by it. I just would not have thought Portland was a team to be buying right now. But buying on a player like Avdia does make sense for them. I do like that quite a bit. I love Denny. Glad he's out of Washington. He didn't deserve that. It's funny. Here we go. We have a question. I guess I don't get why Wiz moved Denny. He's a good young player and a good contract. Isn't that what you want when rebuilding? It is, but it's also like they might have passed a crossroads where they thought, is Denny's skill set replaceable for us? Is Denny even though Denny's a good young player, they might have just thought internally, this isn't necessarily the type of player we're going to try and build around anyway long term. And this is really good maximization of him. like turning him into 2 firsts and 2 seconds and a tradable player, like that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So I understand what you're saying too, because you're right. Like that's a good young player, but do the Wizards still trade Kuzma? Mason wants to know. Very possibly. I mean, we'll see. Very possibly. Imagine they trade Kuzma to the Kings for a 13 and they have 4 firsts in this draft. Holy cow. Number 14 is definitely best player available now. Yeah, definitely. Like, what if Washington goes double big? They could go, I'm going to tweet this out quick too. Like, Washington's got a lot of flexibility now. We'll see what happens. Quite surprising, honestly. But I think it's fair. I think it's a fair trade. I think it's an interesting trade. Unlimited says that Wizards A-, Blazers B+. I don't know. We'll see. Eric says, I wonder who they'll take at 7 now. The Blazers could look just flat out big man. For a while, I've been saying Klingen's floor is at 7, so very possible. BT is back, said thank you for the 2. He says Kings will give them 13-2 for Kuz. I mean, possible, very possible. Smart got traded for Pirtle in a second. Good trade both sides. And B, for how good I think Denny's going to be, I think this is super cheap for the Blazers. That's where the upside is for Portland. Like, if Denny continues to grow as a player, which is very possible, all signs point to him continuing to get better and better and better. Like, this is really good for them because Denny's a good fit. Denny's a really good fit on that roster right now. It is a very good contract. I completely agree. I've been raving about that for a long time. I've loved Denny's contract. That's part of why I thought Michael Winger was doing great. But I also think him pivoting here and making a trade like this and getting a bunch of picks, 2 picks on the first, 2 picks in the second, for a guy who, if we're being honest, doesn't have all-star upside, probably, like just going to be a really good player, going to be an impactful player. Like, getting 2 firsts for that type of player is pretty strong, including one of them being this year. We'll see. Like, I think, Mark, this is the hard thing here is what if they draft at number 14 a player you love? Like, if that's the case, then all of a sudden your perspective probably shifts. So I would hold your criticism just for a little bit yet, and we'll see what really happens. But I like Denny a lot. I think Denny's really good. So the Blazers are saving about $8 million by making this trade. 7 or 8 million roughly. Steven says, if Klingen is gone by 9, would you trade the pick for Walker Kessler if you're the Grizz? Would you if you're the Jazz? I wouldn't hate that for either side, to be honest. I think like pick 9 would maybe have a little bit more upside for Memphis if they took just best player available, but at the same time they have a massive flaw, and that is center. So Shock Universe says Bronny to the Celtics. The one, dude, how many times is Denny Avdia going to throw his hands up next year when Duopre takes a bad 3-pointer? Dude, like, I love the way Denny plays, and it's because he prioritizes ball movement. Yeah, we're going to see what happens. This is interesting. Dan S. says his skill set is not easily replaceable, though. He literally just had a career shooting high 30s from 3, played great defense. Yeah, I agree. I love Denny Avdia. If you guys have been watching, you guys know I love Denny Avdia as a player. I've been raving about Denny Avdia for a long time. He was 50% from the field, 37% from 3 guy this year, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. I really, really like this for Portland. But it's not like you didn't get anything. You got 2 firsts, you got 2 seconds, you got another tradable player. Like, this is not bad. This is not bad at all. This This is another thing. This is where the Wizards could come in right here. If you want to know about a Tim Hardaway Jr. trade, maybe the Wizards take Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract for Brogdon and get Mavs 2025 first. I'm going to tweet that out right now. This, I think, will be a fascinating situation to monitor. We will see what happens here. But I think it's a good trade. Portland saved money and got a really good player who's on a cheap, really great contract. Really, really good, I think. I say Wizards F, Blazers D. Hey, Austin says perfect opportunity for Avdia. Dude, I'm so excited for Avdia, man. That's really good. Like, I think this is really, really good for him, especially just given kind of the direction of these like, Portland got a player who's really, really perfect for them. So this is really, really great. Ice Cold Skittle says the Lakers are trading for Alperen Şengün tonight. Heard it here first. I would be shocked. Preston says my thoughts are Scoot had a regular season for a rookie his age. Struggled early on, but towards the end he improved greatly. So yeah, I think he has no good teammates either, really. Like Mr. York says we're waiting on the Tim Hardaway Jr. news. Volcano says you think if Memphis selects Edie, that's their starting center? Probably. Mr. Ray says if you can land THJ in a first-round pick for Brogdon, that's bordering on robbery. Well, here's the thing. Brogdon can actually dribble and pass. Tim Hardaway Jr. cannot. Hoodie Oz says Rob at 14 now makes too much sense. We'll see if Dillingham falls that far. I'm not sure. Steven says with new management in town, what are the chances Ivy gets traded from the Pistons? We will see. I think that they'll keep most of their young core, but you never know. Like, that's the thing. The one thing I keep saying about the Pistons is I just really don't know. It's the first week on the job, basically, for Trajan Langdon. We'll see what he does. Jamal says my problem with Denny is he couldn't go left like at all, and it was frustrating watching because it was like there was a force field stopping him from going, which limited the point and stuff. Like, that's the thing is I think like Denny's a really good player, but he's not a number 2 or probably even not even a number 3 on a really great team. I think he could be like and Portland's not even close to being that yet. He'll probably be Portland's like actual second or third best player next season. But it's going to take a little bit of time for him for them to reach the heights that they want to get to as a team. But I think it's a good fit. Denny's young. Like, this isn't wasting Denny's talent. Like, Denny Avdia is 23 years old. So he's really young. He's going to be good. You don't have, like, he's an expiring contract making $18 million, guys. Like, I don't understand where this narrative's coming from. Like, think about Bojan Bogdanovic just got attached for salary reasons. It's the exact same thing. Tim Hardaway Jr. is Bojan Bogdanovic, but in Dallas. It's the same exact thing. You just make a trade for the asset, and it's just an expiring contract to get the deal done. Shnoa here says, Holland really reminds me of Gigi Jackson in terms of underperforming what will break out in the NBA. I think they're very different players, but we'll see. J.R. Sella, is he going to show the draft on here? I legally cannot do that. Mr. Ray says, Denny is closer to your Aaron Gordon than your Kevin Love or Chris Bosh. Yeah, well, yes, exactly. But doesn't mean he's very valuable still in that type of role. Obviously very different than Aaron Gordon, not the athletic beast, but you get what I'm saying. D-Rex says, Scoot, Sharp, and Denny is a nice core. Hopefully they can move Grant, Time Lord, Ant, and eventually Ayton. Well, we'll see what happens with Simons. I'm not sure. That'll be something worth monitoring for sure, but we shall see. I will get to that question a little bit later. Lakers number 17, they keep or trade. I think they'll keep the pick and draft. Hopefully Zach Edey could be really good. Scoot Henderson could be great. I think Scoot Henderson's still going to be awesome. Kuzma is probably on his way to Sacramento tonight. I think Washington's going to be so fun to watch tonight. I think that they're really a team that's going to be worth watching for. Best in the North says, I was actually arguing with people who say it's a bad trade. I was saying he would be wasted in Washington. Okay. I get what you're saying. I see. My bad. Trey Kuzma to Detroit tonight. To Detroit. Could you imagine if Washington, like, What if it was like Kuzma and 14 for 5? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I'm not gonna sit and linger on that too much, but maybe. Guys, help him out where you can see the draft. If you can. Trade for Levine to the Pistons. That would be salary dump. Straight salary dump. Kuzma being shopped. Jared McCain to the Wizards. That could be pretty good. McCain's shooting would be very valuable. We shall see what ultimately happens. But now things have changed, obviously. Things have really changed a lot. With pick number 14 changing hands. Very, very crazy. Bruce Brown and pick 19 for 13 in salary. Who has picked? Bruce Brown to the Kings for, okay. That's not a terrible idea. I like that idea quite a bit. He could fit in Sacramento pretty well. He would fit next to Sabonis, similar to how he fit next to Jokic. Similar players. Sabonis is a little bit different, obviously, but both passing big men. Mr. Ray says Kuzma and 14 for 5. Wish that 14 pick was a little higher, but man, that's interesting as a Pistons fan. I mean, you get more talent, you'd move down in a flatter draft, but I would like that more for Washington than I would for Detroit, to be completely honest. Draft is in 40 minutes, basically. Draft is in 40 minutes, which is why you guys should make sure you are all following me on Twitter. I need to send the link in the description right now for that. Everyone go follow on Twitter, okay? I'm going to send my Twitter in the comment section right now. I want every single person to go follow on there. I will show your account on stream here because I'm going to be tweeting my draft grades throughout the night tonight. Okay, we're going to do the draft a little bit differently this year because of the 2-day draft. My schedule, my recording schedule is going to be a little bit different. It's going to put a little bit of a strain on the stream, unfortunately. But it's just kind of how it has to work with the way that the things are going to be set up now. It's just going to have to be that way. So make sure you guys, everyone go follow on Twitter, right? I want to see a whole new slew of followers popping in. We got Jake here with the follow. We've got Kenan with the follow. We've got Luke. Thank you for the follow. Ahmed. Appreciate you guys. Dylan's obviously following. Everyone go follow right now. I want everyone to go follow on Twitter because I'm going to be tweeting my thoughts. Okay. Let me pull that up on stream. Tweeting draft grades. Go follow on X/Twitter. Okay, everyone go follow right now on Twitter. I want everyone to be a part of my grades. I want everyone to be able to see what I'm thinking, hear what I have to say about each pick on draft night, okay? So this year's draft is going to be different because of the new 2-day draft. Everything's a little screwed up. Everything's a little bit different. My recording schedule is going to be completely altered. Everything's a little weird. And my recording software stuff is all in a weird, funky place right now. So just hear me out on this, okay? I'm going to be tweeting my draft grades. My live stream will not carry into the draft this year because of some of those flaws. I'm going to be live for another 10 minutes or so here. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Okay, make sure you guys all follow on Twitter because that's where I will be able to share my thoughts. Shout out to Pro Picks for the follow. Appreciate that. Shout out to Ben Sadiq. Shout out to Insane. Shout out to Corey Jones. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, my guy. Shout out to this user right here. I don't even know how to say that, but shout out to you. Shout out to Corey Jones, like I said. Shout out to GU Kenny. Shout out to Tristan. Shout out to Josh for the follow as well. Thank you to Cody, too, for the follow. You guys are all killing it. Look at this. Shout out to Macklin for the follow. Appreciate all of you guys. You guys are all killing it, okay? Everyone keep going following. So I'm going to tweet my thoughts. I'm going to break down every pick as it goes tonight. I will be sharing my thoughts and analysis. Jim, thank you for the follow. Shout out to Sydney. Shout out to over here too, John. Really appreciate each and every one of you hitting that follow button. Let's see how many followers we're up to. 2,337. That's good. I want each and every one of you in here to follow us so I can share my thoughts, okay? You guys are absolutely killing it. Thank you, Corey, for the follow. I will be tweeting all of my thoughts, just like I did with the Denny Avdia trade just a second ago, okay? Where I share my grades, share my opinions on my thoughts on everything, okay? Going back to this, I think Portland did a great job getting Denny Avdia. The more I think about it, the more happy I am for Portland. But Washington, I think it makes sense. So I'm not saying that Washington did bad, okay? Look at that. Jim Phelps added me to their NBA list. Look at that. Even better. Masiak, thanks for the follow. Thanks to Mr. York as well. Thank you to DK. Shout out to Steve Harvey. Shout out to Young Pineapple. Levi, huge shout out to you. And also to Michael. Thank you guys for all following over there. We got CO coming in. Looks like he wants to play 2K. He's a 2K guy. That's sick. Shout out to everyone who is following right now, because remember, I'm going to be tweeting with the draft, which starts in 40 minutes from now. Connor, shout out to you for being in here. One, make sure you guys are all subscribed. After the draft, I'm going to be posting my NBA draft winners and losers, which is partially why I can't stream during the draft. One, because my recording setup software is in kind of a little bit of a limbo right now with where I'm at to actually watch the draft and be present during the draft. And secondly, I want to be able to really hone in and focus during the draft and to be able to really critically think through everything. Obviously, while I'm speaking, it's hard to always constantly be doing that. So I want to be, especially like in years past with 2-day draft, I can put together my videos and I've got time during the second round to like kind of slow down and think a little bit. This year it's different. Okay. So I'm going to try my best. Remember, tomorrow we're going to be live as well. Video is going to come out as soon as the draft is over, basically. I'm also going to have videos coming out tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of content. Okay. So the reason I'm not going to stream all night long here is to prioritize making more content, more videos for you guys. So I hope that is appreciated. I hope that goes smoothly. And part of that is me having to dial in here at the start of the first round because, one, this draft is wide open. It's not like last year where we kind of knew, first overall is going to be Victor Wembanyama. This year it could be full of surprises. I need to be on the top of my game for some of those videos post-draft. And they're going to be good for you guys to be sitting there waiting for you, ready for you at the end of the draft. So at the end of the first round, if you guys are thinking, okay, what did he think? First of all, I'm going to be tweeting my live grades, and then I'm going to be giving my winners and losers at the end. I'm going to be giving a whole bunch of different videos. So stay tuned for those, okay? Stick with me. I know it's a bummer. I'm not going to be able to live stream. Obviously, I can't show the picks either here. I'd get copyright struck, but I hope you guys understand and realize that this is meant to benefit you as well as to help me provide good content. Tell Steve Harvey, I don't honors with the 10. Thank you. Says, what do you think of Denver reaching and getting a guy like Jurisic? He can play, make, score, has fantastic size without shoes. Can't watch us having the 28th ranked bench like last year. I think a center is more likely there. I think that's why the bench is going to be important. Getting a big behind Nikola Jokic is going to be important. Santi, shout out to you. Glad to have you in here. And Sane says, looking forward to your analysis, of course. Again, make sure you guys are following over on Twitter. Preston says, that's a nice pick. D-Rec, Real Talk. Grant, pick 7 for Jabari Smith Jr. and pick 3. That is not going to happen for Houston. They don't want to give up the better player and the higher pick. Charles says, Borrego is favored to be head coach in Detroit with the Pistons trade for Davis. I'm interested. You'll have to expand on Davis. The only guy I'm thinking of right now is Anthony Davis, but I'm probably missing someone. Brady Thompson says, everyone join the Utility Sports Discord to keep talking about the NBA draft and the NBA in general. Yes, links in the description for that. Draft is starting in 37 minutes. Sent Tim Hardaway Jr. to the Pistons. Is the 2025 mock draft coming out tomorrow? It's coming out Friday. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm talking about here too. A lot of work, a lot of stuff coming out soon. So yes, the 2025 mock is coming out on Friday. A lot of crazy stuff. Okay. Shireman at 30. Shireman would be tremendous for Boston right now too. So remember, I'm going to conclude the video here in about the stream in about 7 minutes. One thing I do need to share. I had a video come out today. If you guys want to see some of my best fits, I have this video right here for you guys. I'm going to get the shareable link. Okay. This is a best fits video. I posted this today. Link is now in the comment section. Okay. I'm going to post it again. Best fits. These are the guys that I think will fit best on certain teams in this NBA draft. And it's kind of relative to draft range. I take that into account. So that's a really good video. It's got about 6 or 7 prospects in there I talk about as first round level prospects that could fit into really great scenarios, situations. It was meant for you guys today as well. As soon as I wrapped up this live stream, I've had this all planned for you guys to get the best content possible today leading up to the draft. That's the part of this. That's the point of this 4-hour live stream before the draft. And also just having enough content here to make sure you guys are fully in the know for what to expect. And remember, the Twitter is going to be a really good supplement to that as well, with me tweeting my grades throughout the entire night. I'll be tweeting everything you need to know. Shout out to MD Baseball Scout for the follow. Shout out to Cadillacs for the follow. Casey as well, thank you for the follow over there. So you guys are doing a great job making sure that you're going to be in position to get all of that, all of my analysis, all of my thoughts throughout the draft. If we go back to last year, let's see if I can find this. Last year, here we go. This is what I did last year. I'll be even more descriptive this year. This is while I was live last year. So my analysis wasn't as good on Twitter. But when the Mavs selected Derek Lively last year, I gave an A and talked about and mentioned the fit. Obviously, that worked out extremely well and was a super impactful rookie for them. So following one person, Cadillacs, you're the best. You're the best. So I'm going to be tweeting, okay? Twitter's the place to be. Make sure you guys follow. Don't forget to subscribe here at Utility Sports either, okay? Work extremely hard. I hope you guys are enjoying the content. I know you guys, a lot of you were in here for a long time today, so I really appreciate that. We got about 3 more minutes here on the stream before I wrap it up. We're about half an hour away from the 2024 NBA draft. I'm extremely excited. I hope you guys are as well. This will be tremendous. Santi says, I want Chris Quinn, but I just want winning basketball. Cade, Jaden Ivey, Alsar, Jalen Duren. And Chris Quinn is a pretty good candidate. I'm not even going to lie. I do like him as a possible head coach in this league at some point in time. We'll see how Redick fares with the Lakers. I like that hire, though, for them, too. Preston says, I want the Blazers to pick Connect or Williams Klingon if he's there, but I want either of those 3 on my Blazers. Holland, too, if he's best player available by then. Preston, those are all good options to me. Davis and 17 to Detroit for 5 and Stewart. You're not going to get Anthony Davis, Charles. Detroit's probably not getting Anthony Davis. Constantine here says, who could Wizards target at 14? Considering fit and need, they could go with a second big man. That's something I referenced as a possibility already. That would look something like this. If they go double big, like what if they walk away with this is another great point. Let me quote this actually. Like, wow. If the Wizards walk away with Topic after that, that would be pretty strong. That would be pretty strong. Wow. Shout out to Lazen Boy for the follow. Also, shout out to Colt Coffee for the follow too. But think about Washington getting 2 bigs. If they walk away with Sarr at 2 and then they get another big man at 14, that could be pretty strong and pretty scary. Could be pretty good, especially with the value of size in today's league. We'll see what they do, though. They could just go best player available, like Rob Dillingham. Utility Sports is about 3.5 years old or so, I think. Something like that. Brandon says Topic is the type of player Weaver likes. I don't think Weaver is going to be calling all the shots here for Washington, to be honest. I think Weaver is in a very limited role when it comes to final decisions. JC says thoughts on Blazers trade. I personally like a lot. I think the Blazers did really well. I like it. I gave the Blazers an A grade. Doug McDermott is 6'6". That's disrespectful to Doug. but the only Doug McDermott couldn't dribble and pass like Reed Sheppard. Carmelo here says I want Ware from Milwaukee. Khalil Ware would be good for the Bucks. Very athletic, very mobile. Offensively gives you some stuff too. Could be very, very impressive. This would be a really, really if they walk away with Nikola Topic, the Wizards do, that would be really, really strong for them, I think, long term. So DJ Hammer says I can see Topic going to the Jazz. That was my final mock, so definitely think so. Froxty here says Hope Collier is for the Raptors. Did I just hear A for the Blazers? Yeah, getting a 23-year-old player on a great contract is really good. Yes. Elijah says, I need you to call Woj and announce trade to San Antonio. We're going to get a Wool bomb at some point here. Default username says, you see the Blazer and Wizards trade? I did. Let me pull it up on stream one more time for you guys just to talk about what my grades were again. This is my early thoughts on it, but I gave the Wizards and Blazers both A's. I like the long-term collection asset haul for Washington. At 14, there's a few different players they could get that are really, really valuable, really good in this draft, and they get they have Bilal Coulibaly to build around with going forward. for the Blazers. They get a good, young, affordable, cheap player who fits their team, fits their roster, fits their age bracket that they're looking to build around. Very, very good. So I like it quite a bit. Ideal trade for the Mavs. I would have loved to get Avdia. Avdia would have been fantastic. You know, I'm not really even sure. I think if Dallas plays it patiently, it's not the end of the world. But they'll probably be aggressive in some form tonight. So we'll see. Preston says it's a cool trade, but I didn't want to give up pick 14. But we'll see how this goes. I think you guys did well for Portland. Chung, he shot 37% from three this past year. So his 3-point shot's coming along. Yes, I can dunk. Desiree, that's a good question. But Avdia is athletic. He can defend. He can play make. He just does everything pretty well. He's a very well-rounded player. Texas Sports, our Discord mod, says 343 members in the Discord now. Guys, we're 10 seconds away from 4 hours live on the channel. If you guys appreciate the content, if you appreciate the hard work, be sure to leave a like. I want those like numbers to skyrocket right now before I end the stream. And subscribe. Remember, Twitter. Go on Twitter. That is where I'm going to be sharing all of my thoughts during the first round. And then right after the draft is over, I promise you, you're going to be able to come over and see a video on the channel. There's a lot to break down tonight. Tonight's going to be a crazy night. I'm extremely excited about it. Shout out to Future Celebrity for the follow over on Twitter. Make sure you guys are following the Twitter, okay? Remember, I have a video right now on the best fits in the draft. Okay, I'm going to post that one more time in the comment section. Appreciate you guys. We've been live for 4 hours. Show me some love by subscribing, leaving a like. Go follow the Twitter. I will be tweeting my grades throughout the night. And then come right back to this spot. Come right back to YouTube. Come right back to Utility Sports. After the draft, I will post a draft night, day one, winners and losers. I will talk about everything that happened in the first round that you need to know about. All of my big-time thoughts from the first 30 picks of the draft. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.